Story 1. As I stepped off the bus onto the cracked sidewalk, the October wind nipped at my collar. The ad in the paper had promised a generous salary, benefits, and an immediate start, exactly what I needed after months of fruitless job searching. But as I approached the address listed, my steps slowed, hesitation creeping in. The building before me was a dilapidated structure, its brickwork stained with years of neglect and windows boarded up as if to keep out more than just the weather. Yet desperate times called for desperate measures. I double-checked the address, confirming it matched the listing. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the heavy, creaking door and stepped into the dimly lit lobby. The interior was no better than the exterior. Plaster peeled from the walls, and the air was stale, mingling with a musty odor that I couldn't place but felt disturbingly organic. I approached the reception desk, where a single flickering bulb cast an eerie glow on the attendant, a middle-aged man with sharp, scrutinizing eyes. "The name?" he asked, his voice echoing slightly in the quiet. "Alex Mercer," I replied, trying to sound more confident than I felt. He nodded, marking something on his clipboard before pointing to a narrow corridor. "Take the stairs at the end. Room 302. Don't be late." I followed his directions, each step resonating ominously on the old wooden stairs. The building seemed unusually quiet, as if abandoned. At the third floor, I found room 302. The door was slightly ajar. Pushing it open, I entered a small, dimly lit room. The only source of light was another flickering bulb overhead, casting long shadows that seemed to dance on the walls. A large, old wooden desk sat in the middle of the room, and behind it, a figure shrouded in semi-darkness. "Please, sit." The figure motioned to a chair across the desk. His voice was calm, almost soothing, but it did little to ease the growing unease in my stomach. As I sat, my eyes adjusted, and I could see the interviewer more clearly. He was an older man, his face gaunt and lined with age, his eyes intensely focused on me. "Mr. Mercer, thank you for coming today. Let us begin." The interview started typically enough, asking about my previous job experiences and skills. However, as it progressed, the questions veered into odd territory. "What are you most afraid of?" he asked suddenly, his tone still casual. I paused, taken aback. I suppose failure. Not being able to find a job and support myself." He nodded, making a note. The lights flickered more intensely, casting the room momentarily in darkness before sputtering back to life. A chill ran down my spine, not just from the cold air that seemed to seep through the cracked walls, but from the shifting tone of the meeting. "And have you ever experienced a traumatic event? Something that changed you fundamentally?" he continued, his eyes piercing. I hesitated, uncomfortable with the personal nature of the questions. "I'd prefer to focus on my professional qualifications," I suggested diplomatically. The interviewer smiled, an unsettling expression that didn't reach his eyes. "Oh, but Mr. Mercer, understanding your fears and traumas can be quite enlightening, don't you think?" Before I could respond, the room was again plunged into darkness as the lights went out entirely. I heard the scuffle of movement, and when the lights flickered back, the interviewer was standing by the door. I rose, my heart pounding. "I think I should leave." "That's not possible, I'm afraid," he said, his voice cold. "The doors are locked, and only I have the key." Panic surged within me as the true horror of the situation dawned. The job, the building, this interview, it was all a facade for something far more sinister. The strange smell, the decay, it wasn't the building, it was something else, hidden from sight. "I don't understand. What do you want from me?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. The man's smile widened. "To see how you handle fear, Mr. Mercer. We are very particular about who we hire. You see, this isn't just any job, it's a test of survival. Desperate, I looked around the room for anything to use as a weapon or a tool. The windows were sealed shut, layers of grime and dirt obscuring any view outside. The only door was the one the interviewer blocked. My options were limited. Realizing direct confrontation was futile, I decided to stall for time. Why do this? What's the purpose, I asked, hoping to glean more about what he wanted. The best candidates must be tested under extreme conditions. Fear, Mr. Mercer, reveals the true nature of a person, and we seek only those who can transcend it. His philosophy was twisted, a dark game masked as a job opportunity. I knew then I had to act, not just answer. While he was caught up in his explanations, I lunged for the desk, grabbing a heavy paperweight. It was a risk, knocking him off balance and causing him to stumble back against the door. In his moment of shock, I swung the paperweight with all my might, aiming for his hand that clutched the keys. The metal collided with his wrist, and with a howl of pain, he dropped the keys onto the floor. Scrambling, I snatched them up and bolted towards the door, unlocking it in haste. My heart thundered in my ears as I flung it open and darted into the hallway. The building was still eerily quiet, but now every shadow seemed like an enemy and every creak a warning. I didn't stop to look back as I descended the stairs, the echo of my footsteps a stark reminder of my desperation. Reaching the lobby, I saw the receptionist look up, startled by my frantic appearance. Without a word, I pushed through the front door and burst out into the chilly evening air. The streets were empty, the normal sounds of city life muffled by the distance from the main thoroughfares. I kept running, not daring to stop until I was several blocks away, my lungs burning with the cold air and exertion. Finally, I slowed, leaning against a building as I tried to catch my breath. My mind raced, trying to process what had happened. It wasn't just a job interview, it was a trap, a psychological test of endurance and terror. The realization that I might not have been the first and might not have been the last sent a new wave of fear through me. I knew I had to do something. Pulling out my phone, I dialed 911. As I waited for the operator to pick up, I turned back to look at the ominous building in the distance. The lights in the windows looked different now, not just dilapidated but sinister, hiding secrets in its shadows. When the operator answered, I reported everything: my interview, the questions, the man's actions, and his talk of tests and survival. The police would need to investigate. No one else should have to endure what I did, trapped in a game designed by a madman. As the police took my statement later, I learned I wasn't the first to report such an incident linked to that address. The building was under investigation, but previous inquiries had been inconclusive, the perpetrators always one step ahead. Determined, I offered every detail, hoping it would help them put an end to the terror. Weeks later, as I sat in a cafe looking for jobs online, I was far more cautious, my experience a harsh reminder of how dangerous desperation could be. I still jumped at shadows sometimes, and the flicker of lights made me uneasy. But I was free, and I was determined to move past the fear. The final interview wasn't just a test of survival, it was a lesson in trusting my instincts and the importance of escape, not just physically but from the shadows of fear that might otherwise have consumed me. Story 2. The decision to embark on a solo camping trip came to me during a particularly stifling period in the city. I craved solitude, the kind only nature could offer, far from the buzz of technology and the relentless pace of urban life. The destination was a remote forest, renowned for its sprawling wilderness and untouched beauty, a perfect place for reflection and a temporary retreat from civilization. I arrived late in the afternoon, the sun casting long shadows between the towering pines and dense underbrush. By the time my tent was pitched, the forest was bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, the air filled with the crisp scent of pine and the cool whisper of approaching night. As darkness settled, I lit a small fire, the crackling flames a comforting companion in the growing darkness. The first night was uneventful, marked only by the distant howls of wildlife and the rustle of leaves. However, as I lay in my sleeping bag, a prickling sensation crept over me, the unsettling feeling of being watched. I chalked it up to the usual jitters one feels in a new environment, especially one as isolated as this, but as I drifted off to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, observing me in the darkness. The next morning I awoke to a chilling discovery. A set of footprints encircled my tent, large and distinctly human, yet oddly elongated, as if whoever or whatever made them was not entirely normal. The ground was soft around the campsite, making the impressions all the more clear and unnerving. I examined them, trying to make sense of their size and shape, but the more I looked, the more unsettled I became. With each passing day, the footprints seemed to draw closer to my tent. By the third day, they were unsettlingly near, just outside the canvas that served as my temporary home. During the day, I tried to brush off my fears, hiking and exploring the surrounding area, but as night fell, so too did a blanket of dread over my spirits. Then came the night that changed everything. It was darker than usual, the moon obscured by thick clouds, and the forest unnervingly silent. The air was tense, charged with a palpable sense of anticipation. As I lay in my tent, trying to sleep, the rustling began, not just the gentle brushing against leaves, but a deliberate, shuffling sound, drawing ever closer. I clutched my flashlight, my heart pounding as I debated what to do. After what felt like hours, driven by a mix of fear and the desperate need to confront whatever haunted me, I slowly unzipped the tent. The beam of my flashlight cut through the blackness, and there, not more than a few feet away, stood a figure so bizarre and terrifying that my breath caught in my throat. He was inhumanly tall, his features obscured by the darkness, but his eyes, those I could see clearly, emotionless and piercing as they stared directly at me. He didn't move, nor did he speak, he only watched, his presence overwhelming and oppressive. Frozen with fear, I could do nothing but stare back, my mind racing with questions about who or what this being was. The standoff seemed to last an eternity until, without warning, he turned and disappeared silently into the woods, leaving only the rustle of branches in his wake. The rest of the night, I remained awake, every sound a potential signal of his return. By the time dawn broke, my decision was made. I would leave, not just because of fear, but because the feeling of safety had been utterly stripped away. Packing up my camp with shaking hands, I left quickly, casting nervous glances over my shoulder as I navigated the path back to my car. The forest, once a place of tranquility, now felt menacing, every shadow a hiding place for the watcher. The drive home was long, my mind replaying the encounter over and over. Who was he? A hermit, a ghost, a creature of folklore? I researched extensively but found no answers, only similar tales of figures seen in the woods, stories passed off as legends, or the overactive imagination of lonely hikers. The experience stayed with me, a haunting reminder of the unknown that lurks in the wild places of the world. I never returned to that forest, nor did I camp alone again. Yet sometimes, when the night is dark and the wind rustles the trees outside my window, I wonder if he's still out there, watching, waiting in the eternal shadows of the woods. Story 3. It was one of those evenings when the clouds hung heavy in the sky, casting an ominous shadow over the land below. I had been driving for hours, my eyes heavy with the weight of fatigue, the road ahead barely illuminated by the weak beams of my old car's headlights. My journey was supposed to be straightforward, a simple drive through the countryside to reach the small town where my sister lived. But as fate would have it, nothing that night would go as planned. The road was unusually deserted, with not another vehicle in sight for miles. This solitude, while initially comforting, soon became eerie as darkness swallowed the landscape. Trees, gnarled and twisted, lined the road, their branches scraping against each other in the wind like the dry, bony fingers of a skeleton. It was on this lonely stretch that my car, with a sputter and a cough, decided to give up. The engine groaned, shuddered, and then went silent. I coasted to a stop, my headlights flickering before dimming into nothingness. With a sigh, I tried the ignition again, hoping for a miracle that didn't come. Stranded and alone, I reached for my phone, only to find the battery was nearly dead. The map showed a pinpoint of my location, revealing an abandoned farmhouse a short walk away. Reluctantly, I decided to seek help there, locking my car behind me as I ventured into the darkness with only the dim light of my phone guiding my path. The farmhouse loomed out of the darkness like a relic from another time. Its once white paint was peeled and cracked, the windows boarded up as if to keep out more than just the weather. As I approached, a chill ran down my spine, not from the cold, but from a deep, unsettling feeling of being watched. I shook off the sensation, telling myself it was just the isolation playing tricks on my mind. Stepping onto the wooden porch, I paused. A soft, mournful sobbing broke the silence, echoing through the air like a sorrowful whisper. The sound was so unexpected, so heart-wrenchingly sad, that I stood frozen, listening. It seemed to come from inside the house, ebbing and flowing like the breath of the wind. With each passing moment, the crying grew louder, more desperate. Compelled by a mixture of fear and pity, I pushed open the door. Inside, the house was as abandoned as its exterior suggested. Dust lay thick on the floor, and cobwebs strung from the corners of the rooms danced lightly in the breeze that followed my entrance. I called out, "Hello? Is anyone here?" But only my echo answered. Still, the sobbing continued, now seeming to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Unnerved, I hurried back to my car, my heart pounding in my chest. But what I found next stopped me dead in my tracks. The doors to my car, which I was certain I had locked, were flung wide open, and my phone, my last link to the outside world, was gone. Panic set in as the realization struck me I was not alone. With no phone and no car, I was truly stranded. The night was cold, and the wind whispered through the trees, sounding almost like hushed voices discussing my fate. Every rustle in the bushes, every snap of a twig, set my imagination into overdrive, picturing eyes lurking in the darkness, watching my every move. Hours dragged by as I sat in my car, doors locked, jumping at every sound. The farmhouse, with its unexplained sobs, no longer seemed like a viable source of refuge. Instead, I felt exposed, vulnerable to whatever might be out there in the darkness. The night stretched on endlessly, each minute crawling by as I struggled to keep my fear in check. As dawn finally broke, casting a pale light over the landscape, my strained nerves began to settle. The mysterious sounds of the night faded with the darkness, and the world around me seemed less threatening in the light of day. With daylight, my courage returned, and I decided to venture out once again to find help. It wasn't long before a passing farmer found me wandering along the road. He listened to my tale with a mix of concern and not a little superstition. "You're lucky to get away from there," he said gravely. "That farmhouse? It's been empty for years. They say it's haunted, cursed even. Sounds like whatever's there was letting you know you weren't welcome." He drove me to the nearest town, where I could finally call for help and arrange for my car to be towed. The relief of being around people, of being safe, was overwhelming. Yet, as we drove away, I couldn't help but look back at the road that led to the farmhouse. The sobbing I had heard would haunt my dreams for many nights to come, a chilling reminder of the night when I drove down that lonely road and came face to face with something unexplainable. Story 4. I had worked at the Grand Oak Hotel for over 3 years, but room 313 had always been a mystery. The old hotel, with its intricate wood paneling and grand chandeliers, had more than its share of legends, but none so persistent and chilling as those surrounding room 31313. Officially, it was under renovation, but in 3 years, I had never seen a contractor enter or leave. The door was always locked, the room perpetually left off the booking list. Curiosity is a powerful motivator, often overwhelming caution. One quiet night, driven by the whispered stories and my own burgeoning need to know, I decided to investigate. I was the night shift manager, which meant I had keys to every room, keys that were not supposed to open room 313. Yet when I tried, to my surprise and growing apprehension, the key turned, and the door swung open with a creak that seemed too loud in the silent hallway. The air inside was stale, the atmosphere thick with dust that danced in the beam of my flashlight. The room was in total disarray. Furniture was overturned, the drapes torn and hanging limply by the window that showed a crescent moon. The carpet was stained and worn, not just with age but with dark, ominous patches that looked suspiciously like dried blood. But it was the mirror that caught and held my attention. It was large, spanning nearly the entire length of the wall above a decrepit dresser. The glass was smeared with reddish-brown streaks that chilled me to the bone. As I moved closer, drawn despite myself, the door slammed shut behind me. I spun around, heart racing, and tried the handle. It wouldn't budge. The sound of the lock clicking was definitive, a clear sign that this was no ordinary malfunction. Panic rose in my throat as I pounded on the door, but the thick walls of the grand oak seemed to swallow the sound. Turning back to the room, I felt a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The air grew colder, the shadows deeper. It was as if the room itself was alive, aware of my presence and not pleased by it. The tales I had heard whispered in the corridors of the hotel surged back to me, stories of a guest who had vanished without a trace, of screams heard in the dead of night, of the room being sealed off afterwards. With nowhere else to go, I approached the mirror again, my own reflection pale and distorted in the smeared glass. The room seemed to tighten around me, the walls inching closer. The stains on the carpet seemed to grow, dark tendrils creeping towards my feet. I had to get out. Remembering the old tales, I searched the room for anything that could help. According to one story, the guest who disappeared had been a practitioner of the occult who had meddled with forces beyond his understanding. In a drawer, under a stack of musty, moth-eaten linens, my fingers found a small book worn and leather-bound. It was a diary or grimoire, filled with hurried scribbling and strange diagrams. Desperate, I flipped through the pages, hoping for anything that might be a clue on how to escape. Near the back, I found a hastily scribbled note: "If trapped, the mirror is the key. Reflections can deceive, look beyond." Turning back to the mirror, I pressed my hand against the glass. It was solid, but as I watched, my reflection began to blur, to shift into another scene. It was the room, but whole, undisturbed. My reflection was not my own, but that of a man, his eyes wide with terror. He was pounding on the glass, trying to break through. I stepped back, heart pounding. The room felt more hostile than ever, the shadows creeping along the edges of my vision. But I understood now: the mirror was a barrier, a gateway that had been opened and never properly closed. Gathering every ounce of courage, I faced the mirror again, reaching out with both hands. I pressed hard, leaning into the glass, willing it to yield. Slowly, painfully, it gave way, and I stumbled through into a rush of cold air. I emerged in the hallway of the hotel, the door to room 313 firmly shut behind me. I was alone, the corridor empty and silent. Shaken, I locked the door again, pocketing the key. Whatever secrets room 313 held, I was content to leave them undisturbed. From that night on, I avoided the third floor, especially the corridor housing room 313. The hotel continued its placid, mundane existence to the outside world. But I knew better. Room 313 was different. It remembered, and it was best left alone. Story 5. The city never truly sleeps, but at 2 a.m., it sometimes gives the illusion of rest. That night, as I stepped onto the subway, the platform was deserted except for the few souls who, like me, found themselves traveling the underground at such a late hour. The train, a silver serpent snaking its way through the underbelly of the city, slid to a stop in front of me, its doors sliding open with a weary sigh. Inside, the car was dimly lit and eerily quiet, save for the soft, rhythmic rattling of the train on the tracks. I settled into a seat by the window, my reflection staring back at me from the dark glass. The other passengers, a sparse collection of individuals, were scattered throughout the car, each isolated in their own pocket of shadow. As I glanced around, I noticed they were all asleep, their bodies slumped in various postures of uncomfortable rest. The train lurched forward, and I turned my gaze away from my fellow travelers, staring into the black tunnel as we sped through. The monotony of the ride was calming, and my eyelids began to droop under the weight of the late hour. However, just as I was about to surrender to sleep, the lights in the car flickered violently, jolting me back to alertness. In that moment of eerie strobing light, I noticed one of the passengers, a woman sitting across from me, begin to convulse. Her body jerked unnaturally, her head snapping back as if pulled by invisible strings. I stood up, alarmed, my heart pounding in my chest as I moved toward her, unsure of how to help. But as I approached, the woman's convulsions ceased as abruptly as they had begun. She sat up straight, her eyes snapping open to reveal hollow, despairing depths that chilled me to the bone. She stared directly at me, her gaze piercing. As I halted in my tracks, she whispered in a voice that rasped with urgency, "Beware the coming days, the disaster looms near. It will start from beneath and consume." Her words were a cold breath, sending shivers down my spine. I opened my mouth to ask her what she meant, but before I could speak, she slumped forward, her life seemingly extinguishing before my eyes. Panic seized me. I looked around frantically, hoping someone else had awoken, someone who could help, but the other passengers remained oblivious, ensnared in their slumber. The train, uncaring, continued its relentless journey through the dark tunnel. I felt alone, terribly alone, with a lifeless body in front of me in a car full of sleeping strangers. The rest of the ride passed in a blur. I didn't dare touch her, unsure if she was truly dead or merely unconscious, and terrified of the implications of her warning. When the train finally screeched to a stop at the next station, I rushed out onto the platform, my breaths quick and shallow. The station was deserted, the usual late-night emptiness amplified into a haunting void. I called for help, my voice echoing off the tiled walls, feeling the weight of the woman's ominous warning pressing down on me. Emergency services arrived swiftly, but I could not shake the dread that had settled in my chest. The medics attended to the woman, confirming my worst fears she was gone. The police took my statement, their faces etched with a mixture of skepticism and concern. They asked if I wanted to ride back with them, but I refused, needing to be alone with my thoughts. The next train ride home was torturous. Every shadow seemed sinister, every light flicker a prelude to another disaster. The woman's words haunted me, replaying over and over in my mind. It will start from beneath and consume. What did it mean? Was it the ramblings of a disturbed mind, or a prophecy of something terrible to come? Days turned into weeks, and life went on in its usual, unremarkable rhythm. Yet the woman's warning never left me. I found myself wary and watchful, reading into every report of subway malfunctions or strange occurrences below the city. The normalcy of daily life seemed like a thin veneer, masking an impending doom that only I felt looming over us. Then, one morning, the city awoke to chaos. A series of explosions, originating from the underground, ripped through the subway system. The disaster was as sudden as it was devastating. echoing the woman's chilling prophecy. The news reported countless casualties, a city in shock, and a rescue operation that stretched into the nightmarish hours of uncertainty. Sitting in my apartment, watching the scenes of destruction unfold on the screen, I couldn't help but feel a hollow vindication. The woman had known. Somehow she had known. The memory of her hollow, despairing eyes haunted me anew, a reminder that sometimes warnings come from the most unexpected of messengers, and that sometimes the most chilling prophecies are those we are powerless to prevent. Story 6. It all began with an old, tattered map I found tucked in the back of an antique store in a sleepy little town. The map showed a shortcut that would cut my journey home by several hours, a detour through what it labeled as scenic routes not commonly used. Given my fascination with off-the-beaten-path adventures, it seemed like the perfect end to my weekend getaway. The map indicated the old highway, marked as closed by local authorities a decade ago due to a series of unexplained incidents. Curiosity, mixed with a rebellious streak, led me to ignore the warnings. After a few hours on the main interstate, I turned onto the forgotten highway, my car's tires crunching on the gravel and broken asphalt as I ventured into the unknown. The road was indeed scenic, with wildflowers and thick underbrush pushing through the cracks in the pavement. Trees arched over the roadway, creating a green tunnel illuminated by shafts of sunlight piercing the dense canopy. It was beautiful but eerily silent, the kind of silence that presses against your ears and heightens every small sound. As I drove deeper into the wilderness, the signs of neglect became more pronounced. Traffic signs were obscured by overgrowth, their messages lost to time and weather. The asphalt was cracked and buckled, reclaimed by nature after years of disuse. Despite the beauty, a sense of unease began to creep over me, a whisper in the back of my mind telling me perhaps the adventure was turning into a mistake. Then, quite suddenly, the road ended. Not in a gradual way, as with a road merging into another, but abruptly, in a sheer drop-off that overlooked a deep, forested valley below. There was no warning, no barrier, nothing but a few feet of crumbling asphalt, and then the void. I slammed on the brakes, my heart racing as the front wheels skidded perilously close to the edge. Stepping out of the car, I peered down into the shadowy depths below, where fog obscured any view of the bottom. This drop-off wasn't marked on the map, nor did it make any sense. I consulted the map again, tracing my route with a finger, but there was no indication of any such end. Turning around was the logical next step, but when I looked back the way I had come, the road was gone. In its place was only dense, impenetrable forest. No trace of the path that had led me here remained. It was as if the forest had silently swallowed it up the moment I had passed. Panic set in as I realized my predicament. I was lost, truly lost, in a place that seemed to defy the very laws of nature. The car's fuel gauge was nearing empty, mocking my previous confidence with its steady, ominous tick towards the red zone. I had no way forward, no way back. Stranded, with the sun beginning its descent, I decided to conserve what little fuel I had left and prepare for a night in the car. The silence of the highway was oppressive, filled with the rustling of leaves and the occasional distant crack of a branch. As darkness enveloped the woods, the isolation weighed on me, every sound a reminder of how alone I was. I don't know when I drifted off, but I was awoken by a tap on the window. Heart leaping, I sat bolt upright and looked around. Nothing but the dim moonlight filtering through the branches. I told myself it was a dream, a figment of my imagination spurred by the stress of my situation. But then I heard it, a soft whisper, like leaves brushing against each other, coming from all around the car. The sound grew, a chorus of whispers that seemed almost human, almost intelligible. Fear gripped me, the kind that freezes the blood and tightens the chest. Dawn couldn't come soon enough, and with the first light I ventured outside. The road was back, as if it had never left, stretching out behind my car through the trees. I didn't pause to ponder the mystery, the strangeness of it all. I jumped into the car, turned the key, and drove as fast as the rickety road would allow. When I finally reached the main road hours later, the world seemed a different place. Brighter, louder, more real. I stopped at the first diner I found, my hands still shaking as I ordered coffee. The waitress, seeing my pale face and disheveled appearance, asked if I was all right. I took a wrong turn, I said, glancing out the window at the bright, bustling world. A very wrong turn. I never told anyone about what happened on the forgotten highway, the whispers, or the disappearing road. Some mysteries, I concluded, are better left unexplored, left to linger in the shadows of forgotten maps and abandoned roads. Story 7. Moving to a new neighborhood is supposed to be a fresh start, a page turned in the book of life where new stories begin. That's what I believed when I settled into the quaint, tree-lined streets of Willowdale. The houses were close-knit and cozy, gardens bloomed with the care of attentive owners, and there was an air of tranquility that suggested neighbors were friends yet to be made. Except for one. My neighbor directly across the street was an odd character from the start. Mr. Harrow was his name, as I learned later. He was a solitary man, often seen peering out from behind the slightly parted curtains of his second-story window. Whenever I left for work in the morning or came home in the evening, I felt the weight of his gaze, heavy and unblinking. At first, I chalked it up to curiosity. After all, I was the newcomer in a small community where everyone likely knew each other's business. I waved a few times trying to break the ice, but he never waved back, only watched. His eyes, dark and intense, seemed to follow my every move, and the discomfort this caused me grew with each passing day. The strange tension escalated one chilly October afternoon. I arrived home to find a handwritten note tucked under my front door mat. In neat, almost artistic script it read, "Dear neighbor, I would be delighted if you would join me for tea tomorrow afternoon. Regards, Mr. Harrow." Despite the polite wording, a shiver ran down my spine. The thought of sitting in his home, under those scrutinizing eyes, was unsettling. Yet, part of me reasoned that perhaps this was his way of reaching out, an olive branch to make amends for his unnerving behavior. With a sense of reluctant obligation, I accepted his invitation. The next day, dressed in casual attire, I crossed the street to Mr. Harrow's house. The exterior was well maintained, with flowers blooming in boxes under the windows, belaying the creepiness of its occupant. I rang the doorbell, and after a brief moment, the door swung open. Mr. Harrow stood there, a smile plastered across his face, his teeth slightly too sharp, too white. "Ah, welcome." "I'm so glad you could come," he greeted, his voice smoother than I'd anticipated. He led me into his living room, which was dimly lit by antique lamps that cast long shadows across the floor. It was then that I saw the photographs. Pictures of me, hundreds of them, adorned every wall of the room. There were photos of me gardening, eating at the local diner, walking my dog, even sitting on my own sofa through the living room window. Some were taken from angles that suggested they were shot from inside my house or from a hidden vantage point in my backyard. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. "Mr. Harrow, why do you have these photos of me?" I managed to ask, my voice a mix of fear and anger. His smile widened, chilling me to the bone. "It's better to be close, don't you think?" he replied, his tone eerily calm. "To understand someone, you must observe them, learn their habits, their likes and dislikes. I find it fascinating." The room felt suddenly suffocating, the walls closing in as I realized the depth of his obsession. This wasn't mere curiosity or neighborly interest, this was a dangerous fixation. I knew I had to leave, had to get out before his obsession manifested into something more sinister. "I think I should go," I said, backing toward the door. He followed, his movements too quick, too eager. "Nonsense, we haven't even had our tea," he protested, but I wasn't about to stay. I turned and ran out the door, not stopping until I was safely inside my own home. I locked the doors, drew the curtains, and called the police. They arrived within minutes, and I explained everything. When they went to confront Mr. Harrow, he was surprisingly compliant, admitting to his surveillance in the photos. He claimed it was all in the spirit of protection, to keep a watchful eye on the neighborhood's newest resident. The officers didn't buy his story any more than I did. They confiscated his cameras and photos and began a thorough investigation. It turned out that Mr. Harrow had a history of similar behavior in the last town he lived in, which had led to a restraining order. In the following weeks, Mr. Harrow was charged and placed under psychiatric evaluation. The photos were destroyed, and I was left to reclaim my sense of safety. The community rallied around me, their genuine kindness a stark contrast to the dark undercurrent I'd stumbled upon. I remained in Willowdale, comforted by the support of true neighbors. Yet, the memory of Mr. Harrow's too sharp smile and those walls lined with images of my everyday life lingered in my mind, a haunting reminder that sometimes the dangers we face are closer to home than we ever anticipate. Story 8. I had always been drawn to the St. James Library, a venerable building with Gothic arches and dusty windows, nestled on the edge of our small town. When the opportunity arose to volunteer there, I seized it, eager to spend my afternoons among its vast collections of books. The library was as much a historical relic as it was a place of learning, with parts of it almost as old as the town itself. One autumn evening, as I was shelving books in a rarely visited corner of the library, I noticed a small wooden door that I had never seen before. It was set into the wall almost seamlessly, easy to miss if one wasn't looking closely. There was an old-fashioned keyhole that whispered secrets. My curiosity piqued. I asked Mrs. Linden, the head librarian, about it. "Oh, that's just an old storage room, dear," she said, a little too quickly, her eyes darting away. "Nothing of interest there." But her words only fueled my curiosity. Later that evening, as the library's grand clock chimed for closing time and the last of the patrons departed, I found myself drawn back to that mysterious door. To my surprise, a set of keys hung loosely from Mrs. Linden's desk keys that included an antique brass one that looked like it might fit the lock. With a glance over my shoulder, ensuring I was alone, I took the keys and approached the door. The key turned with an audible click and the door creaked open, revealing a room that was a sharp contrast to the rest of the library. It was a hidden section filled with shelves that groaned under the weight of numerous books, all of them journals and diaries, bound in leather and cloth. As I stepped inside, the door swung shut behind me, the soft click of the lock resounding ominously in the silence. I was surrounded by a musty smell that spoke of age and disuse. Each journal I touched felt heavy with stories, and soon I found myself engrossed, pulling one after another off the shelves. It didn't take long to realize that these journals were all from people who had once lived in the town but had gone missing. Each entry was filled with ordinary life details until their final pages, which turned erratic and fearful. They spoke of a presence, a creeping dread that they named the collector. The entries ended abruptly, filled with scribbled notes about being watched, about things in the shadows that were not just shadows. My hands trembled as I read the last entry of a journal dated back to 10 years ago, its final words scrawled in a desperate, shaky script. "It's here. The collector. It's come for me. I can hear it in the walls, feel its eyes upon me." I snapped the journal shut, a cold sweat breaking out across my brow. I needed to leave. I rose to my feet, my heart pounding, and hurried to the door, but it wouldn't open. I rattled the handle, panic rising, but it was locked tight. That's when I realized I wasn't alone. A soft rustling sound came from the back of the room, like the whisper of pages turning. I turned slowly, flashlight in hand, its beam slicing through the darkness. At the far end of the room, something moved, a figure, indistinct and shadowy, obscured by shelves. I backed away, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. The figure moved with a deliberate slowness, its form gaining clarity as it stepped into the light. It was human, or at least it had once been. Its eyes were hollow, its skin papery and lined with the text of 1,000 stories, as if its very being was made from the pages of the books that surrounded us. "You should not have read the journals," it rasped, a voice like the rustling of dry leaves. "Now you know of the collector, and it knows of you." I felt an overwhelming urge to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was frozen, caught in the gaze of this creature, this collector. Why, I managed to whisper, "Why are you doing this?" "It is the curse of this place," it said, moving closer. "To know of it is to become part of it. The stories must be kept, the tales collected, and now you too are part of the collection." Desperation surged within me. I thought of all the people who had vanished, their stories ending in this very room. I wasn't going to let that be my fate. With a surge of adrenaline, I threw the journal I still clutched at it and bolted toward the door, slamming my shoulder against it. It gave way with a groan, and I stumbled out into the library, the door slamming shut behind me. Gasping for air, I didn't stop to look back. I raced through the library and out into the cool night air, the echo of my footsteps loud in my ears. The next day, I resigned from my position, and I never returned to the St. James Library. Some nights I lie awake, wondering about the room, about the collector, and about all those people who were reduced to mere stories in its collection. But some secrets, I've learned, are better left locked away, and some doors are better left unopened. Story 9. The prospect of solitude had always held a certain appeal for me, a quiet balm to the clamorous demands of city life. So when the opportunity arose to serve as the lighthouse keeper on a remote island, I seized it without hesitation, eager to embrace the peaceful isolation. The lighthouse stood on a craggy outcrop overlooking the sea, its beacon a solitary sentinel against the vast, undulating blue. I arrived on a sunlit afternoon, the sea calm and welcoming, the cries of the seabirds my only greeting. The first weeks passed in serene monotony. My duties were simple but vital: maintain the light, monitor the weather, and keep the station logs updated. The rhythmic crash of the waves against the rocks below became a soothing soundtrack to my solitude. I explored the small island, finding comfort in the stark beauty of its rugged landscape. The isolation was complete, a stark contrast to the bustling city streets I had left behind. It was exactly what I had wanted, or so I thought. One stormy evening, as the winds howled around the stout walls of the lighthouse, I decided to explore the small, musty library tucked away in a corner of the keeper's quarters. There, amidst various nautical charts and volumes of maritime history, I discovered an old logbook. It was bound in cracked leather, the pages yellowed with age. Curiosity piqued, I settled by the fireplace, the flickering light casting shadows as I began to read. The logbook had belonged to my predecessor, a man named Elias Thorpe, who had served as the lighthouse keeper some 50 years prior. The first entries were mundane, detailing routine observations and occasional repairs. But as I continued reading, the tone of the entries shifted dramatically. Thorpe wrote of sleepless nights, plagued by what he described as whispers from the sea. He believed the waves carried voices, calling to him, pleading with him to join them in the depths. Each entry grew more paranoid and disjointed. Thorpe spoke of visions in the mist and shadows moving at the edge of his vision. He wrote of an incessant calling that grew louder with each passing night, a siren song that threatened to pull him into madness. I shivered, the winds howling now mirroring the descent into insanity documented on those tattered pages. Initially, I dismissed Thorpe's writings as the ramblings of a lonely man overwhelmed by isolation. But then, I too began to hear the whispers. It started as a murmur, barely audible above the gale that night, a soft hissing that seemed to sync with the rhythm of the waves. I told myself it was just the wind, or the creaking of the old structure. Yet, night after night, the whispers grew louder, clearer, no longer confined to the bounds of my imagination. They spoke in an unknown tongue, a melodic cadence that was both terrifying and enthralling. I fought against the urge to listen, to understand, but the voices were persistent. They beckoned me to the very edge of the lighthouse tower, where the sea roared below, a vast, dark expanse. There, the whispers promised secrets of the deep, ancient, and profound, if only I would listen. Realizing too late the treacherous nature of my solitude, I struggled to maintain my grip on reality. The boundary between day and night blurred as I spent hours watching the sea, both fearing and longing for the voices that spoke from its depths. The lighthouse, once a haven of solitude, had become a prison of my own making, with the sea as its warden. In desperation, I reached out to the mainland, my messages a plea for relief from my duties. When the replacement keeper arrived, I was a shadow of the man who had eagerly embraced the solitude months before. I left the island with a profound relief, the weight of the whispers lifting as the shoreline receded into the distance. Back on the mainland, I sought the quiet chaos of urban life, a place where the sea's whispers could not reach me. Yet sometimes when the rain falls in a steady, rhythmic patter against my window, I hear a hint of that melodic cadence, a whisper carried on the wind. It serves as a haunting reminder that the sea does indeed hold secrets, profound and ancient, spoken only to those who are willing and doomed to listen. Story 10. It all began on a rainy Saturday afternoon at my grandmother's old house, where I was tasked with clearing out the attic. The house had always been a place of mystery and adventure to me as a child, filled with relics from a bygone era. As I rummaged through boxes of old books and vintage clothing, I stumbled upon a dusty old camera, a classic Leica M3, nestled in a worn leather case. Curiosity piqued. I carefully extracted the camera from its case. It was heavier than I expected, its metal body cold to the touch. To my surprise, I noticed that there was still a roll of film inside. The possibility of uncovering snapshots of forgotten memories was too tempting to ignore. I decided to get the film developed, wondering what hidden moments it contained. A few days later, I picked up the developed photos from the local shop. The first few pictures were indeed slices of the past family gatherings in the backyard, my grandmother in her youth smiling brightly at a beach I didn't recognize, and vacations captured in vibrant colors, still radiant despite the years. Each photo was a portal to a different time, evoking a sense of nostalgia and warmth. However, as I flipped through the photographs, the ambience of the images began to change. The final photo in the stack brought a chill that ran deep into my bones. It was a picture of our living room, taken from a vantage point I recognized immediately as the interior perspective. What was terrifying was not the room itself, but what appeared outside the window, a face pressed against the glass, eyes wide with a palpable hunger, its features blurred yet disturbingly familiar. I examined the back of the photo for a date, thinking perhaps it was an old prank or forgotten moment of silliness captured by my family. But the date stamped on the photo was from just last week. My hands trembled as I processed the implications. The camera had been in the attic, forgotten under layers of dust for years, decades even. How was it possible for a photo dated so recently to exist? That night, the image from the photo haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the face at the window appearing every time I closed my eyes. The following day, driven by a mix of fear and the need for answers, I decided to investigate further. I set up a small, inconspicuous security camera pointed at the living room window, the same one from the photograph. If someone were lurking around the house, I would catch them. Days passed without incident, and I began to question my own sanity. Had it been a trick of the light, a flaw in the development of the photo, or something else entirely mundane? I was almost ready to dismiss the entire episode as an overreaction when the security camera's motion alert pinged on my phone late one evening. I opened the live feed with a racing heart. There, in the grainy nighttime video, was the figure from the photograph. It was outside, its face once again pressed against the window, its eyes searching, hungry. This time, there was no denying its reality. I called the police, my voice shaking as I tried to explain the situation without sounding unhinged. By the time they arrived, the figure was gone, leaving no evidence of its presence save for the disturbed dew on the window pane. The officers were sympathetic but skeptical, suggesting perhaps a peeping Tom or a transient had taken an interest in the house, especially given its somewhat isolated location. They promised to patrol the area more frequently and advised me to keep the doors and windows locked. The next day, I decided to conduct a more thorough investigation of my own. I scoured the attic again, searching for any clue that might explain the connection between the camera, the photograph, and the figure. Hidden beneath the floorboards, I found a collection of old journals belonging to my grandfather, who had disappeared mysteriously decades ago, a family mystery that had never been solved. As I pored over his writings, I discovered references to someone he only referred to as the Watcher. According to his entries, my grandfather believed this entity was not of this world, a creature that fed on the energies of the living, visible only through certain mediums, one of which was his beloved camera. Chilled to the core with this revelation, I realized that the entity had never left. It was bound to the camera, to the house, and now, it seemed, to me. I took the camera and the photograph to a priest, explaining as best as I could, pleading for help. After a solemn ritual, the priest cautiously claimed that the entity had been sealed away, trapped once again in the camera. I wasn't sure whether to believe him, but I could not deny the immediate sense of relief that washed over me. The camera now rests in a sealed box lined with salt and protective sigils, hidden away in the darkest corner of my attic. I can only hope that the Watcher remains contained. As for the photograph, I burned it, watching the face distort and curl into ashes, praying that the past would stay buried, and that my family's future would be safe from the hunger in the shadows. Story 11. I had been out of work for longer than I cared to admit, so when I heard about the night shift position at the local factory, I didn't hesitate. The factory, an aging structure with decades of manufacturing history, was rumored to be on the verge of shutting down due to financial troubles. Desperation outweighed superstition, though whispers of strange occurrences never quite left the community's collective chatter. The factory was a sprawling complex of steel and concrete, its heart a maze of machinery that had produced everything from textiles to electronic parts over the years. I was hired to oversee the production line during the graveyard shift, ensuring that the machines ran smoothly and efficiently, even as the rest of the world slept. My first night was uneventful, spent acquainting myself with the echoing, dimly lit corridors and the steady hum of machinery. It was an isolating experience. The few other night shift workers were stationed in different parts of the factory, each of us ensconced in our solitary bubbles. However, as the nights progressed, the atmosphere began to shift. Tools I had laid down moments before would vanish, only to reappear in odd places on top of machines, behind pipes, or in the shadows of the cold concrete floors. Safety goggles and chairs seemed to migrate of their own accord, never where I had left them. Initially, I brushed off these occurrences as forgetfulness, the product of midnight lethargy. But then, other things began to happen, things I couldn't so easily dismiss. One night, after a round of checking the equipment, I returned to the security office for a routine look at the CCTV footage. The cameras, which surveyed every inch of the production floor, showed nothing amiss, just me, alone amongst the machines. But the solitude captured on screen contradicted the prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the unmistakable feeling of eyes watching me from the shadows. As the days turned into weeks, this feeling intensified. I would often spin around suddenly, catching a flicker of movement from the corner of my eye, only to see nothing but the still, silent rows of machinery. The air grew thick with anticipation, as if the factory itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to unfold. Then came the night that changed everything. It was a particularly dark shift. The moon was new, and clouds covered the stars. The only light came from the flickering bulbs overhead and the occasional spark from the machines. I was making my rounds when I noticed my shadow cast long and distorted against a wall of freshly produced goods. I stopped to adjust one of the boxes, but as I moved, my shadow did not mimic my actions. Instead, it seemed to pull away, stretching and twisting in a grotesque dance of its own. I stared in disbelief, my heart pounding in my chest. The shadow moved independently, pulling away from my feet, and then snapping back as if tethered by an unseen force. Panic gripped me, ice cold and suffocating. I took a step back, and the shadow lunged forward, then jerked back as though it had hit an invisible barrier. Fueled by a mix of fear and desperate curiosity, I reached toward the shadow. It recoiled as my hand approached, then surged forward, passing through the space where my hand had been, reaching out to something beyond my grasp. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the impossible. A shadow, my shadow, acting with a will of its own. What did it want? Where was it trying to go? The encounter lasted only moments, but it felt like an eternity. As suddenly as it had begun, the shadow snapped back into alignment with my own movements, once again an ordinary silhouette cast by the flickering factory light. Shaken, I hurried back to the security office and reviewed the tapes. Just as before, they showed only me, alone, no strange movements, no eerie discrepancies in my shadow's behavior. I finished my shift in a state of heightened alertness, every sound amplified in the silent, sprawling space of the factory. When dawn finally broke, I left the building feeling uneasy. The image of my rebellious shadow burned into my memory. Over the next few days, I wrestled with the decision to return. Curiosity eventually won over fear. I needed answers. I began researching, poring over old factory records, talking to past employees, and diving into local folklore. It turned out that the factory was built on land that had been the site of historic, unexplained phenomena, whispers of spirits, shadows moving in the night, unaccountable sounds and sights. My nights at the factory became a dual task of performing my duties and seeking understanding. The more I learned, the more the pieces began to fit together. Perhaps the factory wasn't just manufacturing products, perhaps it was also a conduit for energies, a place where the veil between realities was thinner. I continued to work the night shift, always aware, always watching. The shadow never acted out again as dramatically as it had that night, but the whispers of the past lingered, a soft murmur in the dark, reminding me that some mysteries remain hidden, tucked away in the shadows of our own existence. Story 12. The allure of the untrodden path has always been irresistible to me. That's why, when I found a mention of a barely known trail in the old, creased hiking guide at the local bookstore, it piqued my interest immediately. It promised challenging climbs and the kind of solitude that only the most remote parts of the wilderness could offer. Ignoring the faded warning about the trail's upkeep, I was filled with a deep, adventurous urge to explore it. Packing my gear with the essentials for a few nights out in the wild, I set out early one crisp fall morning. The trailhead was hidden away at the end of a neglected gravel road, overgrown with brambles and marked by an old, weathered sign that was nearly illegible. The path itself was choked with undergrowth and fallen branches, evidence of its long disuse, but that only added to its charm. Hours into the hike, I was surrounded by the dense canopy of ancient trees, the sounds of civilization long faded behind me. The only sounds were the rustling leaves, my own breath, and the occasional distant call of a hawk. It was mid-afternoon when I stumbled upon the old campsite. It wasn't marked on my map or mentioned in the guide, just a small clearing, with a circle of stones that had once served as a fire pit. Near the fire pit, partially hidden under a large rock, was a diary. Its cover was weathered, and the pages were swollen from exposure to moisture. Curiosity overcame me, and sitting on a fallen log, I began to leaf through it. The entries were mundane at first: notes about the weather, sketches of plants and trails, and musings on the solitude of nature. However, the tone of the entries changed as they neared their end, becoming increasingly erratic and fearful. The final entry was dated just a few weeks prior and ended with the hastily scrawled words. It follows the words were underlined twice, the pen having been pressed so deeply into the paper it nearly tore through. Unease crept into my heart, chilling me despite the warm afternoon sun. I glanced around the secluded campsite, suddenly acutely aware of the oppressive silence. Deciding against staying near the eerie site, I packed the diary into my backpack and hiked until I found another place to camp as night fell. That night, the forest was alive with sounds, each snap of a branch and rustle of the leaves sending a jolt of fear through me. I reminded myself these were normal sounds of the woods after dark, but sleep eluded me, my mind returning again and again to the diary's last entry. Then the deliberate sounds began, branches breaking in slow, methodical steps towards my tent. The steps would pause, then start again, closer each time. I lay frozen in my sleeping bag, every sense strained in the darkness. Finally, the steps stopped and all was silent again. But the silence was somehow worse, filled with anticipation. I didn't sleep that night, and at the first light of dawn, I hurriedly packed up my camp. My first thought was to check the diary again, but when I reached into my backpack, it was gone. Confused and more than a little frightened, I retraced my steps back to the old campsite. It too had changed. Where yesterday there had been clear signs of the old camp, now there was nothing but undisturbed forest floor. No fire pit, no stone circle, nothing to indicate anyone had ever been there. My mind raced with possibilities. Had I imagined it all? Was I losing my grasp on reality? But the primal part of my brain, the part attuned to the ancient instincts of fight or flight, knew something was very wrong. I felt eyes on me, the weight of a gaze I could not see but could definitely sense. The hike back to the trailhead was the longest of my life. Every shadow seemed to move, and every noise suggested pursuit. When at last I emerged from the trail onto the road where my car was parked, the relief was palpable. Driving away, I watched the forest disappear in my rearview mirror, a part of me expecting something to emerge from the trees right up until they were out of sight. The experience haunted me long after, the fear slowly fading but never completely leaving. I've gone on many hikes since then, but never alone, and never on a trail not clearly marked on a well-used map. Sometimes, when the wind is right, I swear I can hear the sound of something following just out of sight, footsteps where there shouldn't be. And I wonder if the diary found its way back under that rock, waiting for the next lone hiker to discover its warning. Story 13. Moving into a new apartment always comes with its quirks and surprises, but none so unsettling as what awaited me at 214 Elm Street. The rent was suspiciously affordable for its prime location and ample space. During the signing, the landlord, a nervous man with fidgety hands, briefly mentioned that the last tenant had left abruptly and hadn't been heard from since. "People come and go," he said with a shrug, avoiding my gaze. The statement, meant to be dismissive, hung in the air like a dark cloud as I took the keys. The first few days passed without incident. The apartment, a spacious two-bedroom with worn wooden floors and large windows, seemed like a steal. However, I soon learned why the rent was so low. Neighbors, when passing in the narrow, dimly lit hallways, would whisper about the last occupant. They spoke of shouting matches so intense that the echoes seemed to permeate through the walls long after silence had fallen. Their accounts were tinged with superstition, but I dismissed these as urban legends, fabrications of bored minds. That dismissal proved difficult to maintain as the nights stretched on. It began subtly. I would wake to faint murmurs that swelled into heated arguments, the words indistinct, but the tones unmistakable. Anger, despair, the clashing of harsh voices. At times it felt as if the walls themselves vibrated with the residual energy of past disputes. I would lay in bed, eyes wide open, listening until the echoes faded with the coming dawn. Determined to find a rational explanation, I questioned the neighbors directly. One elderly lady, Mrs. Henley, who lived directly below, confided in me over cups of strong tea. "It's like the apartment remembers the anger," she said, her voice a tremulous whisper. "This place, it keeps everything, not just sounds, mind you. Feelings," to her eyes, rummy with age, held a certainty that sent shivers down my spine. Despite the eerie atmosphere, I decided to stay, driven by a mix of financial necessity and a growing curiosity about the apartment's mysterious past. This decision was put to the test one evening in a way I hadn't anticipated. I was getting ready for bed, the routine banality of brushing my teeth offering no forewarning of the strangeness that was about to unfold. I glanced up into the bathroom mirror, expecting to meet my own sleepy gaze. Instead, I froze, toothbrush halfway to my mouth, as I caught sight of my reflection. It didn't mimic my actions. While I stood still, perplexed, my reflection showed a range of expressions, none of which I felt. Anger twisted its features, then sorrow pulled its corners down into a despair so deep it was palpable. The shock of it rooted me to the spot. I could only stare as my image moved independently, a silent mime show of intense emotions. The phenomenon lasted only a few minutes, but it felt like an eternity. When my reflection finally synced back to mirror my actual movements, I stepped back, trembling. The glass surface now showed only my shocked expression, a pale echo of the rage and grief that had contorted my features moments before. Sleep was elusive that night. My thoughts spiraled around the inexplicable events, tying them to the whispered stories of the neighbors and the abrupt disappearance of the previous tenant. It was as if the apartment not only retained memories but replayed them, using whoever lived within its walls as actors in a script written by past traumas. In the morning, fueled by a restless night and a need for answers, I visited the local library. The public records and old newspapers painted a grim picture. My apartment had once been the home of a troubled couple known for their volatile relationship, which had culminated in an unexplained disappearance. The articles were speculative, no charges were ever filed, and the case had gone cold. Armed with this knowledge, I approached the landlord again, confronting him with my experiences and what I had learned. His reaction was a mixture of resignation and fear. "I've tried to have it cleansed," he admitted quietly. "Priests, psychics, you name it. Nothing works for long. It always comes back, the anger and the sorrow. It's soaked into the bones of the building." I moved out shortly thereafter, unable to shake the sensation of being a spectator to a past that was neither mine nor forgotten. The apartment at 214 Elm Street remains vacant, a silent testament to the memories it holds. Occasionally I pass by the building, and it seems to brood, its windows like dark, watchful eyes. I wonder if it waits for someone who can finally exorcise its ghosts, or if it simply continues to replay its history, a loop of echoes and shadows in an endless, haunted cycle. Story 14. Titled Descent. It started as an adventure, a thrill-seeking journey into the depths of an unmarked cavern we'd heard about from a local in a small, mountainous town. The cave, he said, was not on any tourist maps or guides, a hidden gem that only a few adventurous souls dared to explore. My friends and I, always eager for a challenge and a story to tell, couldn't resist the call. We arrived early, the morning mist still clinging to the rugged hillsides. The entrance to the cavern was more of a crack in the mountain than a grand gateway into the depths of the earth. It was barely wide enough for a person to slip through, and we had to duck and contort our bodies to enter. Inside, the air was cool and damp, the only sounds our footsteps and the distant drip of water echoing through the vast, dark chambers. We relied on our headlamps and the occasional flare to guide us through the winding passages and expansive underground galleries. At first, we stuck together, moving as a single unit. But as the cavern branched out, curiosity got the better of us, and soon we were calling out to each other from different corners of the darkness. I found myself drawn to a particularly narrow passage. The walls here were covered in strange, undulating patterns that seemed almost to flow in the dim light of my lamp. "Guys, you've got to see this," I shouted, but my voice was swallowed by the cavernous void. When I received no reply, I decided to press forward, thinking they would catch up. The passage narrowed further, the ceiling dropping until I was crouched and shuffling forward. The sensation of the earth pressing in on me from all sides was claustrophobic, almost suffocating. That's when the whispers started. At first, I thought it was the echo of water or the wind funneling through the narrow openings. But as I listened, the sounds became more distinct, more intentional. Voices, almost human, but not quite speaking in a language I couldn't understand. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and a cold dread settled over me. I should have turned back, but something compelled me to continue. The passage finally opened into a small chamber, where the whispers grew louder, surrounding me, seeping into my very bones. I spun around, my headlamp cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing, only the empty cave and the eerie, whispering voices. Panic set in, and I rushed back the way I came, the narrow passage now feeling even more constrictive. My breaths came in sharp gasps, my movements hurried and frantic. When I finally emerged into a larger cavern, I stumbled, nearly collapsing. The light was different here, brighter. I blinked, trying to adjust, and that's when I saw my friends. They were casually exploring, just as we had been before. As they noticed me, their expressions shifted from curiosity to concern. "There you are," one of them exclaimed. "We heard you shout earlier, but then couldn't find you. You were gone for just a few minutes. We were about to head back." I glanced at my watch, my heart sinking as I saw the hands. Hours had passed since I'd entered the passage, not minutes. I tried to explain, to tell them about the whispers and the oppressive darkness, but even as I spoke, I could see the disbelief in their eyes. "We didn't hear any whispers." "Are you sure you didn't hit your head?" another friend joked, but the humor didn't reach his eyes, which were full of concern. We made our way out of the cavern, the light of day stark and blinding after the oppressive darkness. As we hiked back to our car, the normalcy of the world around me felt disjointed. Everything was the same, yet I felt different, as if I had left something of myself behind in that dark, whispering chamber. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me from the depths of that cave. Shadows lingered longer in my room. The night was fuller with the sounds of unintelligible whispers. My sleep was plagued with nightmares of being trapped in narrow, closing tunnels, the voices pressing in until I woke up gasping for air. I sought help, spoke to therapists, and even a few people who specialized in paranormal experiences. They offered theories and explanations, ranging from psychological stress to the influence of infrasound low-frequency sounds that can cause unease and anxiety. Yet, nothing they said could completely dispel the dread that clung to me or silence the whispers that sometimes reached me in the quiet moments of solitude. Whether it was all in my head or something real and inexplicable had attached itself to me in that cavern, I knew I could not return to that mountain. I could only hope that whatever whispered in the depths of that unmarked cavern would remain there, buried under the weight of the earth, and not follow me into the light. Story 15. The allure of decay and the passage of time has always drawn me to forgotten places. So when I decided to embark on a photography project documenting the relics of the town's industrial past, the old mill on the outskirts was my first stop. Abandoned since the late 1950s, it stood isolated, a relic overshadowed by overgrowth and the steady march of time. The day was overcast, perfect for the mood I wanted to capture. I parked my car at the end of the narrow dirt track that led to the mill. The building itself was imposing, its once sturdy structure now stooped under the weight of years. The exterior walls were a patchwork of crumbling brick and moss, and the large, broken windows gave it a hollow-eyed look, like a giant staring down its final days. Equipped with my camera and a strong sense of curiosity, I entered through a gap where a door once hung. The interior was vast, a cathedral of industry, with high ceilings and rows of machinery that were silent witnesses to a bygone era. Dust lay thick upon every surface, undisturbed, except for the occasional tracks of animals that had wandered through. I began exploring, camera in hand, capturing the play of light and shadow across the silent looms and spindles. There was a palpable sense of history within those walls, and each photograph felt like an act of preservation, a moment in time saved from the relentless tide of oblivion. As I ventured deeper into the mill, I noticed a particular piece of machinery that seemed oddly pristine compared to the rest. It was an old textile loom, its metal parts less corroded, its wooden frame less rotted. Curious, I took several photos from different angles, intrigued by this anomaly. Continuing my exploration, I found myself circling back to where I had first spotted the loom, but it was no longer there. Confused, I reviewed the photos on my camera, confirming its original location. Perplexed but intrigued, I resumed my walk, only to discover the loom again, several yards from where it had first been. It was as if the machine had moved on its own. Unease crept over me, a cold prickle at the back of my neck. I took more photos, my hands slightly trembling, no longer just capturing the scene, but also seeking an explanation. The atmosphere felt charged now, the air thick with dust and a growing sense of foreboding. Back home, I uploaded the photos to my computer, eager for a closer look. As the images flickered onto the screen, a chill ran through me. In each frame that featured the loom, there was a faint silhouette of a person, barely discernible at first, but becoming progressively clearer and closer with each subsequent photo. It was as though someone had been moving towards me through the old mill, silent and unseen. The final photo made my heart stop. There, standing right behind where I would have been as I took the picture, was the silhouette clear, unmistakable, almost solid. It stood close enough that I should have felt its presence, heard its movement. But I had sensed nothing. Sleep eluded me that night. My thoughts were haunted by the silhouette, by questions without answers. Who was it? A trick of the light? A ghost? Or something else entirely? The logical part of my mind scrambled for a rational explanation, perhaps a homeless person using the mill as shelter, unseen and unintentionally captured in my project, but the clarity and progression of the figure's appearances suggested otherwise. Driven by a need for answers, or perhaps just an end to the gnawing fear, I returned to the mill the next day. The building seemed different in the daylight, less menacing, but the memory of the photos weighed heavily on me. Inside, I found the loom again, not in the first two places I had seen it, but in a third, completely different spot. Heart pounding, I approached it, half expecting to see the silhouette, but there was nothing and no one. Just the echo of my own footsteps and the distant call of a crow outside. Near the loom, I noticed something I had missed before, a small, worn photograph caught in the corner of the frame. It was an old picture, likely from when the mill was still operational, showing a group of workers. Among them was a figure whose face sent a jolt through me. It was the same face, the same posture as the silhouette in my photos. The revelation did not bring the comfort of understanding, only a deeper, more profound sense of mystery. I left the photograph where I found it, a token of respect to the past and its lingering presences. My project continued, but I never returned to the old mill. The photos I took there remain a haunting enigma, a chilling reminder of the past's ability to echo into the present, leaving its whispers etched not just in places, but in the very fabric of time itself. Story 16. It was late autumn, and the first heavy fog of the season had descended on the valley, enveloping everything in a dense, damp cloak that reduced the world to mere whispers of its form. I was returning home from a business trip, the roads familiar yet rendered alien by the fog. My headlights carved out a dim tunnel in the white mist, the road ahead appearing and disappearing with each bend. As I approached the old river that bisected the town, I could just make out the outline of the bridge. This was a route I had taken countless times, the bridge serving as a steadfast marker of my journey's end. But tonight, something felt different. The air was thicker, almost palpable, and the usual comforting sound of the river rushing below was absent, swallowed by the fog. As my car rolled onto the bridge, a chill ran down my spine. The structure, typically spanning no more than a few hundred feet, stretched on into the fog. I drove slowly, the only sound the soft rumble of the engine and the occasional creak from the aging bridge under the weight of my car. 4 minutes passed, and still, the bridge continued, the far shore nowhere in sight. The fog seemed to thicken, the air growing colder. My dashboard clock blinked steadily, the minutes passing strangely slow. The sense of isolation was complete. It felt as if I had entered another world, or as if the bridge itself was suspended in time and space. Finally, just as I began to truly panic, considering turning back or stopping altogether, the fog began to dissipate. Relief washed over me as I saw the outline of trees and the road ahead. But as I exited the bridge, a sinking realization took hold. I was on the same side of the river I had started from. The town that should have been vibrant with the soft glow of streetlights and homes was dark, every building shadowed and still, as if abandoned for decades. The sight was disorienting, like stepping into a photograph of the past. Buildings were overgrown with ivy and vines, windows broken and doors ajar. The familiar was rendered uncanny, as if I had stumbled into a time long forgotten or a parallel dimension where my town had succumbed to some silent apocalypse. Driven by a mix of fear and curiosity, I drove slowly through the streets. My car's engine seemed overly loud in the oppressive silence. Each familiar landmark was twisted by time and neglect. The local diner, once bright and bustling, was now a crumbling facade. The town hall, its clock stopped at some indeterminate hour, loomed over the empty street. I stopped the car in the middle of what used to be the main square, the fog rolling back in like a curtain closing on a stage. It felt as though eyes were watching from the hollow windows, as though I was not alone in this forgotten place. The urge to flee, to escape this eerie, timeless trap became overwhelming. I turned the car around, speeding back toward the bridge. As I drove, the fog enveloped me once more, the world outside my windows blurring into obscurity. The bridge again seemed interminably long on the return. My heart pounded with each passing second, fearing that the exit would never come, that I would be trapped in this liminal space forever. But eventually the fog thinned, and I emerged on the other side of the river, the real side, my side, where the town was alive with light and sound, the stark opposite of the ghostly echo I had left behind. I pulled over as soon as I was off the bridge, my breath coming in short gasps, my hands trembling on the steering wheel. Looking back, the bridge was shrouded in fog, its other side obscured, as if concealing the threshold between realities. The experience haunted me for days, then weeks. I avoided the bridge, taking the long way home, unable to face the possibility of crossing into that other place again. Curiosity and fear warred within me. What had I stumbled upon? Was it a glimpse into another time, a parallel universe, or simply a trick of the mind and fog? Months later, driven by a need for answers, I returned to the bridge on a clear, sunny day. It was normal, unremarkable, spanning the river with steady familiarity. There was no sign of the endless stretch or the silent, forgotten town. I've crossed that bridge many times since, always half expecting, half fearing that I'll find myself back in that other place. But it remains just a bridge, and the town beyond is always my own. Yet the memory of that night lingers, a reminder of the thin and fragile boundaries that might exist just beyond the fog, just out of sight, on the other side of the bridge. Story 17. The allure of a good garage sale can sometimes be irresistible, especially when you stumble upon something truly captivating. That's how it was the day I found the painting. It was an unusually cool summer morning when I spotted the sign for a sale while on my morning walk. Drawn by curiosity and the prospect of discovering hidden treasures, I made my way there. Among the usual assortment of household items and worn books, the painting immediately caught my eye. It was an oil painting, quaint and somewhat faded, depicting a small village street that seemed to whisper stories of a simpler time. The brush strokes were delicate, imbued with a warmth that suggested the artist had held a deep affection for the scene. Perhaps it was this sense of nostalgia that drew me in, compelling me to buy the painting for a modest price. I hung the painting in my living room, above the mantel where the light from the window could touch its subtle hues. At first, it was just a beautiful addition to my home, often garnering compliments from visitors who admired its rustic charm. However, as the days turned into weeks, I began to notice peculiar changes that I initially dismissed as tricks of the light or mere figments of my imagination. It started with the sky in the painting. One day I was sure it had been a bright cerulean blue, but then I noticed it gradually darkening, turning dusky as if hinting at an impending storm. I rubbed my eyes, questioning my memory, yet the transformation was undeniable. Next, it was the figures. The painting had originally depicted no people, just the empty street of the village with its quaint houses and cobbled pathways. But then, shadows began to appear in the windows. Silhouettes of men and women, standing still, as if watching. I would look away only to glance back and find them gone, leaving me to wonder if they had been there at all. As the changes became more frequent, the shadows grew longer, stretching ominously across the street and the painting. The atmosphere of the village shifted. What had once seemed warm and inviting now carried a chill, as though the sun within the painted world had been eclipsed. One evening, I came home to find the street in the painting completely deserted. Not a single figure stood in the windows, nor were there any lingering shadows. It was as if the village had been abandoned, left to the mercy of whatever fate it had been painted to endure. An uneasy feeling settled over me as I sat down, trying to shake off the unease. But the room didn't feel empty. Instead, it felt crowded, as if the figures from the painting had stepped out of their canvas confines and infiltrated my home. I could almost sense them, their eyes upon me, their breaths silent but as real as the chill that seeped into the room. I stood up, my heart pounding, and approached the painting. It was then that I noticed the most chilling change of all. The window of the nearest house, previously shuttered, was now open. A curtain fluttered slightly, as if caught in a breeze that should not exist within a still painting. That night, the air in my home felt thick, charged with a silent expectancy. Sound seemed muffled, and the light dimmer, as if filtered through an unseen veil. Sleep eluded me, and when I did drift off, it was fitful, haunted by dreams of wandering a deserted village under a heavy, oppressive sky. Driven by a mix of fear and desperation, I reached out to an art historian the next day, hoping to shed light on the painting's origins and perhaps understand the strange phenomena. The historian, a kindly woman with a keen interest in supernatural folklore, listened intently to my story. After examining the painting and conducting some research, she offered a theory that the canvas might be enchanted or cursed, possibly a vessel for capturing spirits or moments meant to be forgotten. Art has been known to serve as a portal, she explained, a bridge between realities, sometimes intentionally, sometimes accidentally. Her advice was to remove the painting from my home, to sever whatever connection had been formed. Reluctantly, I took the painting down, wrapping it in cloth to obscure its view. The atmosphere in my room lightened almost immediately, the oppressive feeling lifting as though a window had been opened to let in fresh air. I donated the painting to a museum, warning the curator of its peculiar nature. It remains there today, displayed in a secluded corner, its description noting its mysterious qualities. Sometimes I visit, half expecting to see the village street bustling with figures. But it remains empty, the shadows long and still, a frozen tableau waiting for the next observer to ponder its secrets. Story 18. Driving across the country on a road trip had always been on my bucket list, and finally, with a few weeks of vacation at my disposal, I decided to make it happen. The journey was long, the landscapes varied, and the sense of freedom was intoxicating. As the sun began to dip below the horizon one evening, I found myself hungry and a little weary from hours behind the wheel. That's when I saw the neon sign of a diner, glowing like a beacon in the twilight. It promised hot coffee and homemade pies. How could I resist? The diner was a relic from another era, its architecture and neon lighting reminiscent of the 1950s. As I parked my car and stepped inside, the ambience took me even deeper into the past. The air was filled with the scent of frying bacon and freshly brewed coffee, and the jukebox played a gentle rock and roll tune that I recognized from my parents' old records. The interior was decked out in red and chrome, with vinyl booths and a counter that stretched across the room, behind which a waitress in a vintage uniform poured coffee into thick, white mugs. I took a seat at the counter, my presence seemingly unnoticed by the staff and patrons alike, who were engrossed in their conversations and meals. I waited, expecting a menu or a greeting, but none came. The people around me continued their interactions as if I were invisible. I cleared my throat, tried a polite excuse me, but got no response. It was as if I were a ghost, unseen and unheard. A chill ran down my spine, but I attributed it to fatigue and decided to try a different approach. Standing up, I walked over to a jukebox and examined the selections. It was filled with hits from the 50s, and selecting one, I dropped a coin into the slot. The music changed, but still, no one acknowledged me. It was surreal, like being in a movie where I was the only actor aware of the camera. After several attempts to get service or even a nod from anyone, I decided to leave. I headed for the exit, pushing through the door, only to find myself stepping back into the diner from another entrance. Confusion turned to real concern now. I tried another door, the same result. I was back inside moments after leaving, entering through a different door that led off from the main dining area. Panic began to set in. I tried each exit again, each time re-entering the diner as though I was caught in a bizarre loop. It felt as if the diner was holding me captive, refusing to release me back into my world. Desperation creeping in, I approached the counter again, this time more forcefully trying to get anyone's attention. Still, it was as if I were made of air, completely imperceptible to everyone around me. Finally, in a mix of frustration and fear, I slammed my hand down on the counter. This time, a man at the end of the counter glanced up, his eyes meeting mine with a startled look. It was fleeting, but it was the first acknowledgement I had received. Encouraged, I tried speaking again, this time directly addressing a waitress as she walked by. "Can you hear me?" I asked, my voice steady despite my pounding heart. This time, she paused, her expression confused. "You okay, hon?" she finally responded, her words slow and cautious. Relief washed over me. I wasn't invisible after all. I asked her about the doors, about why I couldn't leave. She frowned, looking genuinely puzzled. "The doors work just fine," she said, leading me to the main exit and pushing it open. It led outside just as it was supposed to. Stepping out, I found myself back in the modern world, the evening air cool and fresh. The neon sign of the diner flickered above the door. I turned back to look at the waitress, who shrugged and gave me a small wave before heading back inside. I stood there for a few moments, collecting my thoughts. The experience inside had felt so real, so tangible, yet so completely disjointed from the laws of reality. I wondered if I had fallen asleep in my car and dreamed the whole episode, but the lingering unease felt too intense for a dream. With one last look at the diner, now seemingly normal and inviting, I got back into my car and drove off, the music from the jukebox still playing faintly in my mind. The rest of my road trip was uneventful, but the memory of that diner, stuck in time and momentarily inescapable, remained with me. I never found it on a map, nor did I meet anyone who had heard of it. It remains a mystery, a strange anomaly on a long journey, forever etched as a reminder of the thin and sometimes blurred lines between the ordinary and the inexplicable. Story 19. It all began on a seemingly ordinary Tuesday. I was sitting in a small cafe, sipping on a latte and scrolling through emails on my phone, when a notification popped up, a text message from an unknown number. Curious, I opened it and read, "You're reading this now." I glanced around, a prickly feeling of unease crawling up my spine, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Assuming it was a prank, I locked my phone and continued with my coffee. Minutes later, another buzz. The same number. "You look worried this time." My heart skipped a beat. How could they know my expressions? I responded with a simple, "Who is this?" but received no reply. With a growing sense of anxiety, I decided to leave the cafe, casting wary glances over my shoulder as I walked to my car. The messages continued over the following days, each one describing my actions with unnerving accuracy. "You're walking to your car, you're looking over your shoulder." I tried everything, blocking the number, changing my settings, even calling my service provider to complain. Nothing worked. The texts kept coming, each one more specific than the last. One particularly chilling message arrived as I was closing up my apartment one evening. "The blue shirt suits you." That was when I truly understood the gravity of the situation. I wasn't just being watched at random moments, it was constant, pervasive. The fear that gripped me was paralyzing. I contacted the police, but without tangible threats or evidence of harm, they could do little more than offer advice and file a report. Then, as suddenly as they had started, the messages stopped. Days passed without a word from the unknown watcher. Relief began to wash over me, the tension easing slightly, though I remained vigilant, double-checking locks and avoiding walking alone at night. A week after the last message, my phone buzzed again. I froze, a familiar dread settling in the pit of my stomach. The screen lit up with the message, "I'm here," that was all. No follow-up, no further explanation. Just 2 words, yet they carried the weight of a dire threat. I didn't sleep that night, jumping at every sound, every creak of my old apartment building. Hours ticked by, each one stretching endlessly, as I sat in the darkened living room, my back to the wall, eyes fixed on the front door. It was well past midnight when I heard it, a subtle, almost gentle testing of the door handle, a soft thudding as if someone were checking its give. Panic surged through me. I had all the locks engaged, but the flimsy nature of the door did little to reassure me. I didn't have a security system, an oversight I bitterly regretted. Quietly, I moved to the kitchen, pulling out the largest knife from the drawer, my hands trembling as I gripped it tightly. The sounds at the door ceased, and a suffocating silence filled the apartment. Minutes or hours could have passed, it was impossible to tell in my heightened state. Eventually, I mustered the courage to move toward the window, peering out through the blinds. The street was deserted, bathed in the orange glow of the streetlights. Nothing moved, but the air outside felt charged, as if someone were merely biding their time. The rest of the night passed without incident, though sleep was an impossible dream. As soon as dawn broke, I left the apartment, heading straight to the police station. This time, the officers took me more seriously, especially when I showed them the text and described the attempt at my door. They agreed to patrol the area and suggested I stay with friends or family in the meantime. The following days were a blur of paranoia and disrupted routines. I stayed with a friend, jumped at every unexpected sound, and scrutinized every passerby. The police found no evidence, no fingerprints, no traces of anyone lurking around my apartment. It was as if the person behind the messages was a ghost, leaving no mark except the terror imprinted on my mind. Eventually, life had to go on. I returned to my routines, cautiously rebuilding the semblance of a normal life. But the shadow of those messages lingered, a constant reminder of the vulnerability I had felt. The messages never resumed, and no further attempts were made on my home. Perhaps the police presence had scared them off, or perhaps their intention had only ever been to terrify rather than harm. Despite the lack of closure, I learned to cope, to strengthen my defenses both physically and mentally. I installed a security system, took self-defense classes, and became more aware of my surroundings. Yet the identity of the person behind those messages remains a mystery, a chilling reminder of the unseen eyes that might watch us from the shadows, waiting for the moment to strike. Story 20. The decision to drive home late was perhaps not my best. The final day of my road trip had stretched long, and I was eager to return to the comfort of my own bed. As the sky darkened and the first stars appeared, I found myself on the familiar stretch of highway that led to my town, contemplating the shortcut I had taken countless times before. It was a quiet, rural road, little more than a winding path through the woods that shaved a good 20 minutes off my journey. Tonight, fatigue clouding my judgment, it seemed like an even better idea. I turned off the main road, the familiar signpost worn and half covered in ivy, signaling the beginning of my usual route. However, as I drove on, the road began to twist in ways I didn't remember. Initially, I attributed this to the darkness in my tired mind, but as I continued, the landscape around me grew increasingly foreign. The dense trees seemed to crowd closer to the road, their branches gnarled and menacing against the night sky. There was no moon, and the only light came from my car's headlights, casting eerie shadows that danced just beyond the beam's reach. With a growing sense of unease, I considered turning around, but each time I attempted to find a spot to do so, the road seemed to narrow, discouraging any such maneuver. Pressing forward, I hoped to find a familiar landmark, anything that would assure me I was still on the right path. But the road just kept unwinding in unfamiliar patterns, each turn leading me deeper into unknown territory. Hours passed, or at least it felt like hours. My watch and the car's clock seemed to disagree, the minutes on my wristwatch ticking by at a pace that didn't match the everlasting road. It was disorienting, the way time and space seemed to warp around me. Panic began to set in as I drove through this altered reality, where even the air felt thicker, charged with a static that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Finally, when I was nearly overcome with the urge to stop the car and scream into the void, the landscape began to change. The oppressive trees thinned, revealing a clearing up ahead. The road straightened and, with a jolt of mixed relief and disbelief, merged onto a road I recognized, one that led directly into my town. The familiarity of the street signs and the distant lights of homes was like a balm to my frazzled nerves. I glanced at the clock on my dashboard, expecting only a few minutes to have passed since I took the shortcut, but it showed that it was now several hours later than it should have been. How could that be? The journey through the shortcut, even with the extra time spent on the unfamiliar road, should not have taken that long. My mind raced with unanswerable questions as I drove the last few miles home. Pulling into my driveway, the house looked the same as it always did. But I felt different, like someone who had seen something they weren't supposed to see. Inside, the house was quiet, my family long asleep, and as I stood in the silence of my living room, the strangeness of the night's journey settled around me like a heavy cloak. The next day, driven by a need for answers, I retraced my steps. The daytime lent a different perspective, and as I approached the start of the shortcut, the familiar signpost was there, just as I remembered. But as I drove, trying to follow the same path as the night before, I found nothing unusual. The road did not twist in unexpected ways, and the landscape was exactly as I remembered it, fields and trees that were completely ordinary. Confused and more than a little unsettled, I turned to local history as a possible explanation. What I discovered sent chills down my spine. There were old tales, legends really, of a road that appeared only at certain times, under certain conditions. A road that wasn't bound by the normal laws of time and space, that tested travelers or led them astray. The stories were vague, often dismissed as folklore, yet they resonated with eerie accuracy when set against my own experience. Though I continued to use the main roads after that night, the memory of my journey on that strange, twisting road never left me. It lingered in the back of my mind, a reminder of the mysteries that lie just beyond the reach of our understanding. The road had shown me something, a glimpse into the extraordinary, and I knew that my perception of the world had been irrevocably altered. The road home had taken me somewhere far beyond the geographic confines of a map, to a place that perhaps existed only between the lines of reality and legend. Story 21. The opportunity to work as a night janitor at the old Millbrook Elementary came at a time when I desperately needed a job. The school, which had been built in the early 1900s, had a reputation for being a little eerie after dark, a fact that the daytime staff joked about with a kind of nervous bravado. I didn't give it much thought. I needed the work, and the isolation of the job suited my introverted nature. My duties were straightforward: clean the classrooms, hallways, and common areas, making sure everything was ready for the next school day. The first few nights were uneventful, spent learning the routine and navigating the creaky old building with my mop and bucket. However, it wasn't long before the silence of the school began to feel oppressive, almost tangible in its weight. It started subtly. I would occasionally hear what sounded like the faint laughter of children echoing down the long, tiled corridors. I shrugged it off as the byproduct of the building's acoustics, a stray sound from outside, perhaps, distorted and woven into the fabric of the empty school. But then the sounds became more distinct, more frequent, and increasingly difficult to dismiss. The soft pitter-patter of running feet, the distant bounce of a ball, whispers that floated through the air like the remnants of a day long ended. Each night, these auditory glimpses of daytime activity grew louder and more desperate. It was as if the school transformed after dark, reverting to a state of perpetual recess, filled with the ghostly sounds of children who were no longer there. My unease grew with each shift, but I was compelled by a need to understand, to discover the source of these inexplicable noises. One evening, determined to trace the origins of the sounds, I followed the laughter and running footsteps. They led me through the darkened hallways, under the flickering fluorescents, past the silent classrooms, and towards the gymnasium. The large double doors of the gym were slightly ajar, as if inviting me in. As I pushed the doors open, a chill swept through me. The gym was pitch black, save for the moonlight streaming through the high windows. The sounds were louder here, as if all the noises I had heard over the previous nights were concentrated in this one spot. I hesitated, my hand on the cold metal of the door, before stepping inside, driven by a mixture of fear and curiosity. No sooner had I entered than the doors slammed shut behind me with a force that echoed through the vast space. I rushed back, throwing my weight against them, but they wouldn't budge. I was trapped, the realization sinking in as the echoing laughter and footsteps swirled around me. The hours that followed were the longest of my life. The sounds of invisible children playing echoed off the walls, growing so loud that I had to cover my ears. It felt as though I was caught in a storm of spectral energy, a whirlwind of emotions that weren't my own. Desperation, joy, anger, and sadness merged into a cacophony of noise that filled the gym. I sank to the floor, pressing my back against the cold wall, and waited for morning. As I sat there, a realization began to dawn on me. The school, with its long history, held memories within its walls. These were not ghosts, not really, but the echoes of a past that had soaked into the very bricks and mortar of the building. Children had laughed and played here for over a century, and their joy, their youthful energy, had left an indelible mark. When the first light of dawn finally began to filter through the windows, the sounds gradually faded. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, and I found myself alone in the quiet, empty gymnasium. The doors, which had refused to open no matter how hard I pushed, now swung open effortlessly at my touch. Exhausted but alive with a new understanding, I finished my shift. The school was not haunted, not in the traditional sense, but it was a living memory, a vessel for all the lives that had passed through its halls. I continued to work there, my fear replaced with a deep, respectful fascination. I was no longer troubled by the sounds. Instead, I acknowledged them, a nod to the past that whispered through the halls of the old Millbrook Elementary. From then on, I was not just a janitor, I was a keeper of memories, walking the silent halls with a sense of purpose and a deep connection to the echoes of a past long gone. Story 22. It was an impulse that led me to the deserted carnival grounds. The place had been a vibrant hub of activity in my childhood, filled with the laughter of children and the jubilant music of carousel rides. Now it stood silent and forlorn, the rusting structures and faded banners whispering of better days. Among these relics was the Mirror House, a maze of glass that had once dazzled and disoriented countless visitors. Curiosity and nostalgia drove me through the creaking gate of the carnival. The path was overgrown, the booths stripped of their prizes and games, but the structure of the Mirror House remained oddly intact. The paint was chipped, and the entrance sign hung askew, yet it beckoned with an eerie allure. Stepping inside, the air was cool and musty, filled with the faint scent of metal and old glass. The corridors were a labyrinth of reflections, stretching and compressing space in ways that disoriented the senses. At first, the mirrors showed only my own image, reflected back at me in 100 different distortions. But then, something unusual caught my eye. In a quiet corner of the maze, one mirror stood out. It was larger than the others and framed with an ornate gilded border that gleamed faintly in the dim light. Unlike the other mirrors, this one did not reflect my image. Instead, it showed a room that seemed to belong to another era entirely. The walls were draped in rich tapestries, and a grand chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a warm glow over the people dressed in old-fashioned clothing. They moved about the room, seemingly engaged in a lively gathering, oblivious to my presence. I reached out, half expecting my hand to pass through the glass into that other world, but my fingers met only the cool, hard surface of the mirror. Puzzled, I tapped the glass, but the figures in the mirror continued their revelry, ignoring me completely. Their laughter and conversation were a silent movie played before my eyes, inaccessible and mysterious. Each time I passed by the mirror to explore the rest of the maze, I was drawn back to that fascinating scene. With every visit, the occupants seemed progressively closer to noticing me. Their expressions gradually shifted from merriment to confusion. It was as though they were slowly becoming aware of my presence, as if they could feel the weight of another's gaze. On my final pass, the atmosphere in the mirrored room had changed dramatically. The people had stopped their interactions and were now gathered close to the glass, their faces marked by fear and uncertainty. They stared directly at the spot where I stood, their eyes wide, as if they saw something horrifying in place of my reflection. A chill ran down my spine as I realized that they were afraid of me, or at least what they perceived to be standing in my place. Did they see me as a ghost, an omen? Or did they see something else, something from their world that I could not perceive in mine? Driven by a mix of fear and fascination, I placed my hand against the glass again, this time more forcefully. The reaction was immediate and startling. The crowd in the mirror flinched back, their faces a mixture of horror and disbelief. One woman, dressed in a flowing velvet gown, seemed to mouth the word "stop." Heart pounding, I stepped back. The room in the mirror gradually returned to normalcy, the figures resuming their previous activities with hesitant glances towards where I had stood. They moved with a wary tension, as if expecting something terrible to happen. I left the mirror house, the images of those frightened faces etched in my mind. Outside, the sky had darkened, and the wind whispered through the abandoned carnival. The experience within the mirror stayed with me as I walked away, a haunting puzzle with no clear answers. In the days that followed, I researched the history of the carnival and the origins of the mirror house. My search uncovered tales of a traveling show from the early 1900s, a spectacle of illusions and marvels that included a window to another time, a popular attraction rumored to have been lost after a mysterious fire. Could it be that the mirror was more than a simple reflector of images? Could it actually be a portal or a glimpse into another reality, preserved through time? The mirror house remains standing, a silent sentinel on the deserted carnival grounds. Sometimes I think about returning, about stepping up to that mirror to see if the figures are still there, watching and waiting. Yet some mysteries are better left unexplored, their secrets kept hidden behind the glass, reflecting a reality that should never intersect with our own. Story 23. My decision to take the back road was initially born out of frustration. I had been driving for hours, navigating a tangle of poorly marked country roads after my GPS lost signal. My destination was still far ahead, and I was already running late. Spotting a narrow, gravel road that promised a shortcut on my map, I turned off, hopeful to cut some time off my drive. Little did I know, the real journey was just beginning. The road was more rugged and desolate than I had anticipated, winding through dense woods that seemed untouched by time. The further I drove, the more the road deteriorated, potholes deepening and vegetation encroaching from the sides. My car's headlights barely cut through the thickening dusk, and an unsettling silence enveloped me, broken only by the crunch of gravel under tires. I reached for the radio, seeking any sound to break the eerie quiet, but instead of music or news, all I found was static, that persistent, crackling white noise. As I fiddled with the dial, trying to find a signal, a voice suddenly cut through the static. It was dry, emotionless, and it recited a string of dates and times in a monotone that chilled my spine. The interruption was brief, and then the static returned, more oppressive than before. Curiosity overcame my initial shock. I slowed the car, listening intently. The voice came again, a list of dates and times, each announcement followed by a return to the static hum. I grabbed a notepad from the passenger seat and began to jot down the numbers, my hands trembling slightly. Once I had a few entries, I pulled over to the side of the road and took out my phone. The signal was weak, but after a few moments I managed to load a page. I entered the first date and the location, back road near Carter's Woods, into the search engine. The result made my heart sink. A major accident had occurred on this very road on that date, with fatalities. I entered the next date, and the story was the same. A chill ran down my spine as I realized what I might be hearing: a list of tragedies bound to the asphalt I was now traveling on. I resumed my drive, the weight of this realization pressing down on me. But I had to continue. The road offered no space wide enough to turn around, and backing up the entire way wasn't feasible. The voice interrupted the static again, this time mentioning a date that was today's. My pulse quickened as I heard it follow with a time only a few minutes from now. I glanced around, my headlights piercing the darkness, revealing nothing but the narrowing road ahead. The mention of today's date had transformed my unease into outright fear. Pushing my foot harder on the accelerator, I felt a desperate urge to escape whatever fate had befallen those other souls on this cursed road. But as the road began to bend, my headlights illuminated a sign, half swallowed by ivy, warning of a bridge ahead. My heart raced as the road took a sharp turn. And there it was, an abrupt end where the bridge had once stood, washed away by time and neglect. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the gravel as my car fishtailed, stopping just inches from the precipice. Breathing hard, I got out of the car, my legs shaky as I walked to the edge. Below, the remnants of the old bridge lay twisted in the ravine, swallowed by shadows. Turning back to my car, I leaned against it, relief washing over me in an unsteady wave. The voice on the radio had saved me. Had it been a warning? A ghostly guardian of this forgotten road? Or merely a coincidence amplified by my own fears? The night grew deeper, and I knew I had to find another way. Carefully, I managed to turn the car around on the narrow road and drove away from the broken bridge, the radio now silent, as if its duty had been fulfilled. As I reconnected with the main road hours later, the experience on the back road lingered with me. It felt like a brush with something unexplainable, a story that others might dismiss as the product of an overactive imagination stressed by a long, solitary drive. But whatever the truth, the voice on the radio had been real to me, and it had spoken of things that were undeniably true. I never found out what caused the radio to speak those dates, nor did I ever drive that road again. But I occasionally find myself scanning radio static late at night, half hoping, half fearing to hear that voice again, listing its mysterious, ominous times. Story 24. The vintage watch was a family heirloom, passed down to me after the quiet, unceremonious passing of my grandfather. It was an elegant timepiece, its face encased in gold, with hands that had swept over the same hours and minutes for several generations. Along with the watch, my grandfather had left a note in his spidery handwriting, a simple message that read, "May time always find you well." Initially, I kept the watch safely tucked away in a drawer, a relic of a past that felt both distant and deeply cherished. However, as the anniversary of his death approached, a sense of nostalgia prompted me to bring it out, and perhaps in a bid to feel closer to him, I began wearing it. The watch, despite its age, had a persistent tick that seemed oddly vigorous for a mechanism that I hadn't bothered to wind. I assumed it might have been kept in good repair, perhaps by my grandfather's own meticulous habits, and thought little more of it. However, it wasn't long before I noticed something peculiar about the watch's ticking. It was audible. Not just as the faint whisper of gears and springs one might expect from holding a watch close to the ear, but a clear, pronounced ticking that filled the quiet moments of my evenings. This ticking had a curious quality. It seemed to grow louder as the night deepened, resonating through the stillness with an almost hypnotic rhythm. I found it oddly synchronizing with my own heartbeat, a symphony of mechanical and biological rhythms that lulled me into a sense of security and belonging. But then came a night that altered my perception of the watch entirely. It was a particularly silent night, the kind where the world seems to hold its breath. As I lay in bed, the ticking of the watch became a conspicuous presence, echoing in the room with an insistence that seemed almost urgent. As I listened, enveloped by the darkness, something extraordinary happened. At the stroke of midnight, the watch stopped. The cessation of its ticking was abrupt, a silence so profound that it felt as though it had sucked the air from the room. At that exact moment, a terrifying sensation overcame me. My heart ceased beating. Time itself seemed suspended, a moment stretched into an eternity, a void where neither tick nor tock nor heartbeat existed. Panic did not have time to set in, for as suddenly as it had stopped, the watch resumed its ticking. With it, my heart began to beat again, forcefully, as if jolted back to life. I lay there, breathless and bewildered, my pulse racing with a newfound ferocity that felt as though my veins were coursing with a different kind of blood. In the days that followed, I was consumed by the incident. The watch now seemed less an heirloom and more a harbinger of some inexplicable phenomenon. I began to research, delving into the origins of the watch, my grandfather's life, and any folklore surrounding such occurrences. The watch was of Swiss make, crafted by a horologist known for his peculiar fascination with the metaphysical, believed to imbue his creations with qualities that transcended their mechanical nature. My investigation led me to a small, dusty bookshop in the heart of the city, where a tome on horological legends hinted at timepieces capable of binding with their owner's life force, synchronizing with their biological rhythms to the extent that they could exert influence over one another. It suggested that in rare instances, a watch could reflect or even dictate the lifespan of its wearer. Armed with this knowledge, I approached the watch with a mix of reverence and dread. It was as if my grandfather, in passing down this timepiece, had handed me not just a tool for measuring time, but a device that had the power to manipulate it. I decided to test the limits of this newfound relationship cautiously. Each night, I observed the watch, noting its behavior and any corresponding reactions in myself. The ticking continued to sync with my heartbeat, a reminder of the eerie bond we shared. I began to wear the watch only during the day, placing it on my nightstand at night, unsure of whether to be frightened or fascinated by its capabilities. Months passed without incident, and gradually, the fear gave way to acceptance. The watch, with its mysterious qualities, became a part of my daily existence, a constant companion that nudged me into an awareness of life's fragility and the inexplicable threads that tie us to our past. To this day, the watch ticks faithfully, its mechanisms unwound by any hand but sustained by something unseen. It serves as a reminder not only of my grandfather but of the deeper, unseen forces that govern our existence. Time, as he had wished, always finds me well, albeit in ways I had never imagined. Story 25. The dare was simple: explore the old Henderson Hospital on the outskirts of town, take a photo and get out. It sounded easy enough, especially considering my reputation for loving a good thrill. But what I found inside that crumbling sanctuary of decay was far beyond anything I could have anticipated. Henderson Hospital had been abandoned for decades, its once gleaming corridors now choked with dust and shadows. Local legend had it that the hospital was haunted by the patients who once wandered its halls, their spirits restless and forever confined to that desolate place. Driven partly by adrenaline and partly by the desire not to appear cowardly in front of my friends, I pushed open the heavy, rusted doors and stepped inside. The air was cool and musty, filled with the scent of mold and forgotten memories. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating peeling paint and shattered glass that crunched under my boots. As I made my way deeper into the hospital, the eerie silence seemed to press against my ears. I wandered aimlessly at first, exploring patient rooms and nurses' stations littered with the debris of a long-gone era. It wasn't until I reached what appeared to be the administration wing that I found the records room, a veritable trove of documents that had somehow survived the ravages of time and neglect. Curiosity overcame me, and I began to sift through the piles of paperwork, finding mostly mundane records of admissions and medical treatments. However, as I delved deeper, a chill ran down my spine. I stumbled upon a series of records that didn't belong, files that contained detailed accounts of accidents and traumas. What was truly disturbing was that these entries were dated in the future, some as soon as tomorrow. The records were unnervingly specific, describing events with clinical precision. Shaken, I took a few photos with my phone, the gravity of what I was seeing not fully registering. The sound of a distant door slamming shut snapped me out of my reverie, and fear prickled at the back of my neck. I stuffed a handful of the papers into my backpack and hurriedly left the room, the desire to fulfill the dare forgotten in my sudden need to escape. I exited the hospital with a racing heart, the night air feeling both suffocatingly close and inexplicably cold. As I drove home, my mind reeled, trying to make sense of what I had seen. The logical part of me argued that it was some sort of elaborate prank, but the fear that clung to my thoughts suggested otherwise. It was then that I witnessed the accident, an event so surreal and horrific that time seemed to slow. A car, its driver losing control, flipped in the air before crashing into the roadside barrier. The scene mirrored one of the entries I had read in those bizarre future records, down to the make of the car and the exact location on the road. Panic overtook me and I called for help, staying by the roadside until emergency services arrived. The reality of the situation was overwhelming, and in that moment I realized I was potentially holding evidence of other future tragedies in my backpack. Once home, I pored over the documents, each entry a potential disaster waiting to happen. I decided I needed to find the hospital again, to understand where these records had come from and why. But when I returned to where the hospital had stood just the night before, there was nothing there. No structure, no ruins, nothing but an overgrown field, as if the hospital had never existed. Confused and frightened, I contacted my friends, insisting they come to see for themselves. But they were just as bewildered as I was. To them, there had never been an old hospital in our town. It was as if the building and my experience within it had been erased from existence, existing only in my memory and the few tangible pieces of evidence I had brought back with me. The documents haunted me. I wrestled with the implications of their predictions and my responsibilities. I went to the police, but without the physical location of the hospital and with records predicting events that had not yet happened, they were skeptical at best. I was left alone, holding secrets of the future that I could neither prove nor prevent. I kept watch on the dates and events listed in the documents, a silent guardian of potential fates. Some incidents I managed to intervene in, others I could do nothing but witness helplessly. Each success and failure weighed heavily on me, a burden I had never anticipated when I accepted that seemingly innocent dare. To this day, I continue to protect the secrets within those papers, a solitary watcher of a timeline that might not even belong to my own. The mystery of the old Henderson Hospital remains unsolved, its whispers of the future a riddle echoing through the void where it once stood. Story 26. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows through the dense forest as I trekked along the remote trail. It was the kind of place where civilization felt like a distant memory, where the only sounds were the rustle of leaves and the occasional call of a bird. I relished the solitude, enjoying the chance to escape the hustle and bustle of everyday life. But then, out of nowhere, my phone buzzed in my pocket. Surprised, I pulled it out, expecting to find no signal as usual. To my astonishment, though, the screen lit up with full bars, and a string of missed calls from my own number blinked back at me. My heart skipped a beat. How was this possible? I hadn't had any service for hours, and certainly hadn't called myself. With a sense of unease creeping over me, I tapped on the missed calls, my finger hovering over the call button to dial back. Before I could act, however, a chill ran down my spine as I noticed something else, a voicemail, left just minutes ago. My hand shook slightly as I pressed play, and my own voice echoed out from the tiny speaker. Please, if you're hearing this, you have to leave the trail immediately. It's not safe here. I don't know how, but something is wrong. Just trust me and get out of there as fast as you can. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I listened, my mind racing with fear and confusion. How could I be leaving myself voicemails? And what danger could possibly be lurking out here in the wilderness? I glanced around nervously, suddenly hyper-aware of the silence that seemed to press in around me. The usual symphony of the forest had gone eerily quiet, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath, waiting to see what I would do next. With a shaky hand, I dialed my own number, hoping for some kind of explanation. But as the call went through, I was met with only the sound of my own voice, once again urging me to leave the trail. It was like some twisted loop, a message from myself to myself trapped in a cycle of warning and fear. Panic began to rise within me, threatening to overwhelm my senses. I felt a desperate urge to flee, to heed the warnings and get as far away from this place as possible. But another part of me hesitated, unable to shake the feeling that there was something I was missing, something important lurking just beyond the edges of my understanding. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, torn between instinct and logic, fear and curiosity. And then, as if in answer to my silent prayers, a faint noise broke the oppressive silence. It was a rustling in the underbrush, so soft that I almost didn't hear it at first. Heart pounding, I slowly turned to face the source of the sound, my eyes scanning the dense foliage for any sign of movement. And then I saw it, a pair of glowing eyes, shining in the dim light like twin beacons of malevolence. A scream tore from my throat as I stumbled backwards, my mind reeling with terror. Whatever it wasn't human. Wasn't anything I had ever seen or heard of before. It moved with an unnatural grace, gliding through the trees as if it were part of the very shadows themselves. With a surge of adrenaline, I turned and ran, my feet pounding against the forest floor as I raced blindly through the darkness. Behind me, I could hear the creature giving chase, its unearthly shrieks echoing through the night like a chorus of nightmares. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I pushed myself harder and harder, driven by sheer instinct and the desperate need to survive. And then, just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, I burst through the trees and stumbled into the clearing where I had parked my car. Gasping for breath, I collapsed onto the ground, my entire body shaking with exhaustion and fear. But even as I lay there, I knew that the danger wasn't over, that whatever had been lurking in the shadows was still out there, waiting for its next victim. And as I drove away into the safety of the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had only narrowly escaped something far more sinister than I could ever have imagined. Story 27. The decision to rent the old farmhouse had come to me during a particularly tumultuous period of my life. I craved solitude, an escape from the cacophony of the city and the incessant demands of modern life. The farmhouse, nestled in the heart of a rural area, seemed like the perfect retreat. As I settled into my new abode, I couldn't help but be enchanted by its rustic charm. The creaky floorboards, the quaint fireplace, and the sprawling fields that stretched out as far as the eye could see were a welcome change from the concrete jungle I had grown accustomed to. However, as the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the countryside, a sense of unease began to settle over me. It started with faint noises of rustling here, a thud there that seemed to emanate from the attic above. At first, I dismissed the sounds as the harmless antics of nocturnal creatures seeking shelter from the cold. But as the nights wore on, the noises grew louder and more persistent, unsettling my newfound tranquility. One moonless night, curiosity got the better of me, and I resolved to investigate the source of the mysterious sounds. Armed with nothing but a flickering flashlight, I ascended the creaky staircase leading to the attic, my heart pounding in my chest. As I pushed open the attic door, a gust of stale air assaulted my senses, mingled with the faint scent of mildew. The beam of my flashlight danced across the dimly lit space, revealing an assortment of dusty relics strewn about haphazardly. But what caught my eye was a small room tucked away in the far corner of the attic. Its door, covered in peeling paint, beckoned me forward like a siren's call. With trembling hands, I pushed it open, revealing a scene straight out of a bygone era. The room was frozen in time, untouched by the passage of years. A tattered rug adorned the wooden floorboards, and a rickety table stood proudly in the center, adorned with an intricately embroidered tablecloth. A mismatched teacup and saucer sat atop the table, still warm to the touch. But it was the bed that drew my gaze, a simple cot, adorned with threadbare blankets and pillows that bore the imprint of countless heads. It was as if someone had been living here, hidden away from the world for God knows how long. My mind reeled with a flurry of questions, each more confounding than the last. Who had lived in this forgotten corner of the attic, and why had they vanished without a trace? As I pondered these mysteries, a sudden realization washed over me like a tidal wave. The sounds I had heard each night, the desperate shuffling, the plaintive cries, were not the work of animals seeking shelter, but the restless echoes of a soul trapped in limbo. With a heavy heart, I resolved to uncover the truth behind the farmhouse's haunting past. Armed with nothing but my wits and determination, I delved into the annals of history, unearthing long-forgotten secrets buried beneath layers of dust and deception. Through old newspaper clippings and yellowed photographs, I pieced together the tragic tale of a family torn apart by greed and betrayal. The farmhouse, once a symbol of prosperity and hope, had become a prison for those who dared to cross its threshold. But amidst the darkness, there flickered a glimmer of light, a chance for redemption, for forgiveness, for closure. And so, armed with the knowledge of the past, I set out to free the tormented spirit that lingered within the confines of the old farmhouse. With each passing day, the sounds grew fainter, until one night, they ceased altogether, and in their place was a profound silence, broken only by the gentle rustling of the wind through the fields. As I stood beneath the starlit sky, I couldn't help but feel a sense of peace wash over me. The farmhouse, once a source of fear and uncertainty, had become a sanctuary, a place where the past and present coexisted in harmony, bound together by the threads of time. And though the memory of the old farmhouse would fade with the passage of years, its legacy would endure, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the power of redemption. Story 28. The office was a hive of activity, even at this late hour. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting harsh shadows on the rows of cubicles that stretched out before me. I glanced at the clock on my computer screen, frowning as I realized just how late it had gotten. Most of my colleagues had already left for the day, but there were still a few dedicated souls like myself who remained, determined to finish their work before calling it a night. As I typed away at my keyboard, my eyes flicked occasionally to the others in the office. Something seemed off about them, though I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was. They moved with a strange, almost robotic efficiency, their eyes empty and unfocused as they went about their tasks. I shook my head, chalking it up to exhaustion. It had been a long day, after all, and I was probably just imagining things. But as the hours dragged on and the rest of the office emptied out, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. I glanced at the clock again, my heart sinking as I realized that it was well past midnight. I should have left hours ago, but for some reason I couldn't tear myself away from my desk. It was like a strange compulsion was holding me in place, keeping me rooted to my seat despite my growing sense of unease. With a sigh, I turned back to my work, trying to push aside my mounting anxiety. But as I did, I noticed something even more unsettling. The tasks on my computer screen seemed to be repeating themselves, as if caught in some kind of endless loop. Panic fluttered in my chest as I tried to click out of the program, but no matter what I did, I couldn't break free from the cycle. It was like I was trapped in some kind of twisted Groundhog Day, doomed to repeat the same actions over and over again for all eternity. I glanced around the office, my eyes widening in horror as I realized that my colleagues were caught in the same loop. They just kept working, their movements robotic and unthinking, as if they were nothing more than mindless automatons. Desperation clawed at my throat as I searched for a way out, but the exits were locked tight, and the windows were unbreakable. It was like the entire building had become a prison, trapping us all in this never-ending nightmare. I tried to call for help, but my phone was dead, the battery drained beyond saving. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that I was well and truly alone, with no way to escape the endless cycle that had consumed us all. Hours turned into days, days turned into weeks, and still we toiled away in the empty office, our minds slowly unraveling with each passing moment. Time lost all meaning as we became trapped in a never-ending shift, our lives reduced to nothing more than an endless blur of meaningless tasks and empty repetition. I don't know how long it lasted, but eventually something inside of me snapped. With a primal scream of frustration and despair, I threw myself at the unyielding walls of the office, pounding my fists against the unbreakable glass until they were raw and bloody. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, something shifted. It was like a veil had been lifted from my eyes, and suddenly I could see the world for what it truly was. I stumbled back from the window, my heart pounding in my chest as I realized the truth we were never meant to escape. The office was our prison, and we were doomed to spend eternity trapped within its walls, forever condemned to the endless cycle of the shift. With a heavy heart, I returned to my desk, knowing that there was no escape, no hope of salvation. And as I sank back into the monotony of my work, I couldn't help but wonder if this was truly hell, or if it was something far, far worse. Story 29. Childhood fears have a way of lingering in the shadows of our memories, waiting to resurface when we least expect them. For me, that fear was the ominous presence lurking beneath my bed, a darkness that seemed to swallow the room whole whenever night fell. Growing up, I would often lie awake, paralyzed with terror, as my imagination conjured up all manner of monsters and specters that might emerge from the depths below. No amount of reassurance from my parents could quell the unease that gnawed at my soul. Years passed, and childhood fears gave way to the trials and tribulations of adulthood. But when circumstances led me back to my childhood home, the familiar sense of dread returned with a vengeance, as if it had been lying dormant all this time, waiting for my return. One fateful night, as the clock struck midnight and the house groaned with the weight of its own history, curiosity got the better of me. With trembling hands, I knelt beside the bed and peered into the inky darkness beneath. To my surprise, there was no sign of the monsters that had haunted my childhood dreams. Instead, nestled amidst the dust and cobwebs, was a weathered old journal, its pages yellowed with age and bound in cracked leather. My heart racing, I reached out and retrieved the journal, my fingers trembling as I flipped open the cover. And there, scrawled in handwriting that was eerily familiar, were words that sent a chill down my spine. The entries chronicled events that I had no memory of, living moments of joy, of sorrow, of triumph, and of loss, all recorded in painstaking detail, as if by the hand of a silent observer. As I delved deeper into the pages, a sense of disquiet washed over me, like a tide pulling me into the murky depths of my own past. Memories that had long lain dormant stirred to life, fragments of a forgotten childhood bubbling to the surface like ghosts in the night. But it was the final entry that sent a shiver down my spine, a revelation so shocking, so profound, that it threatened to unravel the very fabric of my reality. In trembling prose, I recounted a series of events that defied all logic and reason, a tale of doppelgangers and alternate realities, of worlds colliding and destinies intertwining in ways that I could scarcely comprehend. And at the center of it all was me, or rather, a version of me that existed beyond the confines of time and space, watching, waiting, biding its time until the moment was right to make its presence known. As I closed the journal, a sense of dread washed over me, like a storm cloud looming on the horizon. What had I stumbled upon? And more importantly, what did it mean for the fragile reality that I had come to know and accept? With a heavy heart, I returned the journal to its resting place beneath the bed, knowing that the answers I sought lay buried within its weathered pages, waiting to be unearthed by a brave soul willing to confront the darkness that lurked within. From that moment on, the fear that had once held me captive beneath my bed was replaced by a newfound sense of curiosity, a hunger for truth and understanding that would drive me to the very edges of sanity and beyond, in search of the answers that lay hidden in the shadows of my own past. Story 30. The morning began like any other, with the gentle glow of dawn filtering through the curtains of my apartment. I stretched, yawning as I made my way to the window, eager to start the day. But as I pulled back the curtains, I was met with a sight that sent a shiver down my spine. A thick blanket of fog had descended upon the city, obscuring everything in its path. I blinked, rubbing my eyes in disbelief, but when I looked again, the fog remained dense and impenetrable. I had seen fog before, of course, but never anything like this. It was as if the entire world had been swallowed up by some unseen force, leaving nothing but a swirling mass of white in its wake. Shaking off my unease, I dressed quickly and headed out into the streets below. The fog was even thicker outside, wrapping around me like a cold, clammy embrace. I shivered, pulling my coat tighter around me as I made my way through the silent streets. The city was eerily quiet, the usual hustle and bustle replaced by an oppressive stillness. The sound of my footsteps echoed off the empty buildings, the only noise in an otherwise silent world. It was disorienting, unnerving, as if I had stumbled into some kind of alternate reality where time itself had come to a standstill. I pressed on, determined to reach my destination despite the growing sense of unease gnawing at the edges of my mind. But as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, that I was being watched, followed by something lurking just beyond the veil of fog. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to push aside my mounting fear. But then, without warning, I heard a sound that froze me in my tracks, a faint cry, echoing through the fog like a distant whisper. I turned, my eyes scanning the swirling mists for any sign of movement. And then I saw them, figures, shadowy and indistinct, moving through the fog like specters in the night. They seemed to materialize out of thin air, their forms flickering in and out of existence as they drifted silently through the empty streets. With a growing sense of dread, I realized what was happening. People were disappearing into the fog, swallowed up by its insatiable hunger, never to be seen again. I watched in horror as more and more figures vanished into the mist, their cries growing fainter and fainter and fainter until they were nothing but echoes in the fog. I stumbled backwards, my mind reeling with disbelief. How could this be happening? What kind of nightmare had I stumbled into? I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing off the empty buildings as I fled from the encroaching fog. But no matter how fast I ran, I couldn't seem to escape it. The fog followed me, relentless and unyielding, swallowing up everything in its path. And as I ran, I realized with a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach that I was alone, utterly and completely alone, with no one to hear my cries for help. Hours turned into days, days turned into weeks, and still the fog persisted, its grip on the city tightening with each passing moment. I wandered through its silent streets, my mind numb with despair as I searched in vain for some sign of life. But there was nothing. No people, no animals, nothing but the empty streets and the swirling mist that enveloped them. I was trapped, alone in a world of fog and silence, with no hope of escape. And as I stood there, staring out into the endless expanse of white, I couldn't help but wonder, would the fog ever lift? Or was this my fate, to wander forever in this silent, empty world, a ghost among ghosts in the fog? Story 31. It started innocuously enough, as most unsettling things do. Each night, as I lay in bed, on the cusp of drifting into the blissful oblivion of sleep, I would hear them faint, ghostly footsteps echoing through the empty hallway just outside my bedroom door. At first, I dismissed them as the fanciful workings of an overactive imagination, the natural byproduct of a mind steeped in the darkness of night. After all, I reasoned, old houses have a tendency to creak and groan, their timbers settling into the rhythm of the night. But as the nights wore on, the footsteps grew louder, more insistent, as if they were beckoning me to follow their haunting cadence. At first, I tried to ignore them, burying my head beneath the covers in a futile attempt to shut out the eerie symphony that played out beyond my door. But curiosity, that most primal of human instincts, gnawed at my soul, whispering tantalizing promises of discovery and revelation. And so one fateful night, I mustered the courage to venture beyond the safety of my bed and into the darkness that awaited me. Heart pounding in my chest, I slipped out of bed and tiptoed to the doorway, my bare feet sinking into the plush carpet beneath me. The hallway stretched out before me, shrouded in darkness, its walls lined with photographs and paintings that seemed to watch me with silent, disapproving eyes. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the hallway, the floorboards groaning beneath my weight. The footsteps, ever present, seemed to draw closer with each passing moment, their rhythm quickening in anticipation of my arrival. I followed their siren song, my pulse racing with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. Down the hallway I crept, my hand trailing along the cool, smooth surface of the walls, until at last I reached the source of the mysterious footsteps. There, bathed in the dim glow of the moonlight filtering through the curtains, stood a door that I had never noticed before, its surface worn and weathered with age. It beckoned to me, its hinges creaking in protest as I reached out to grasp the tarnished brass handle. With a trembling hand, I pushed open the door, revealing a staircase that descended into darkness. The footsteps, now thunderous in their intensity, echoed up from below, urging me to descend into the abyss that awaited me. Swallowing my fear, I took the first tentative step, the stairs groaning beneath my weight. Each footfall reverberated through the empty space, sending shivers down my spine as I descended further into the unknown. At last I reached the bottom of the staircase, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Before me stretched a long, narrow corridor, its walls lined with doors that seemed to stretch into infinity. With a sense of trepidation, I began to explore, my footsteps echoing off the cold stone floor. Each door I passed held its own secrets, its own mysteries waiting to be unraveled, but none held the answers I sought. And then, just as I was about to abandon hope, I came upon a door unlike any I had seen before. It stood at the end of the corridor, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen, its handle adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to dance in the flickering torchlight. With a sense of dread, I reached out and grasped the handle, steeling myself for whatever lay beyond. As the door swung open, a blinding light filled the corridor, engulfing me in its warm embrace. And then, in an instant, the footsteps ceased, replaced by an eerie silence that filled me with a sense of profound unease. For in that moment, I realized the truth that the footsteps had never belonged to an intruder or a specter from beyond the grave, but to me, to the echo of my own footsteps as I wandered the empty corridors of my own mind. Story 32. Moving into our new home was meant to be a joyous occasion, a fresh start for my family and me. We had eagerly anticipated the move, excited to settle into a place we could truly call our own. The house itself was a charming old structure, with ivy creeping up the walls and a cozy, inviting atmosphere that seemed to welcome us with open arms. But from the moment we moved in, there was an undercurrent of unease that I couldn't quite shake. It started with little things at first, a creak in the floorboards, a draft that seemed to come from nowhere. I brushed it off as the quirks of an old house, nothing more than the normal settling in process. But then, one night, as I lay in bed trying to sleep, I heard it a whisper, faint and indistinct, drifting through the darkness like a ghostly echo. At first I thought it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, a product of the unfamiliar surroundings and the silence of the night. But the whispers persisted, growing louder and more insistent with each passing night. They seemed to come from everywhere at once, echoing through the walls and reverberating in the empty spaces of the house. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that I was just hearing things, but deep down I knew there was something more to it. Desperate for peace, I set out to find the source of the whispers, determined to put an end to them once and for all. I searched every corner of the house, checking every nook and cranny for signs of hidden speakers or other explanations. But no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Frustrated and exhausted, I sank into a chair in the living room, my mind racing with fear and uncertainty. And then, as if guided by some unseen force, my gaze drifted to the wall behind me. It was a simple enough wall, covered in faded wallpaper and framed photographs, but something about it seemed off. With a sense of trepidation, I approached the wall, running my hands over its smooth surface in search of any hidden seams or openings. And then, to my surprise, my fingers brushed against something cold and metallic, a small latch, almost invisible against the wallpaper. Heart pounding in my chest, I hesitated for a moment before mustering up the courage to pull the latch. With a soft click, a section of the wall swung open, revealing a narrow passage that disappeared into the darkness beyond. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of what I would find on the other side. But the whispers were growing louder now, more insistent, and I knew I had to confront whatever lay beyond the wall. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the passage, the air growing colder and more oppressive with each step I took. The walls seemed to close in around me, the darkness pressing in from all sides as I ventured further into the unknown. And then, just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, I stumbled into a small chamber hidden deep within the bowels of the house. The room was bathed in a soft, eerie light, casting strange shadows on the walls lined with ancient writings and cryptic symbols. My heart pounded in my chest as I approached the walls, my eyes scanning the strange markings in search of some clue to their meaning. And then, as if by some instinctual knowledge, I began to decipher the symbols, piecing together their hidden message with a growing sense of dread. It was a warning, a message from something ancient and malevolent that had been lurking in the shadows of our home since long before we arrived. The whispers were not of this world, but of something far older and more sinister, watching us from the darkness and biding its time until it could reclaim what was rightfully its own. As the realization dawned on me, a chill ran down my spine, and I knew that our new home was not the sanctuary we had hoped for, but a prison built on the bones of those who had come before us. And as the whispers grew louder still, I knew that we were not alone in the house, and that whatever lurked in the shadows was hungry for our souls. Story 33. It began innocently enough, as most inexplicable phenomena tend to do. Every night, like clockwork, I would find myself standing before the bathroom mirror, toothbrush in hand, preparing for bed, and every night, without fail, I would catch glimpses of the face. At first, it was nothing more than a fleeting shadow, a trick of the light perhaps, or a figment of my overactive imagination. But as the days turned into weeks and the weeks into weeks into months, the face grew clearer, more pronounced, until it became impossible to dismiss as a mere trick of the mind. It stared back at me with eyes as black as night, twisted into a sinister grin that sent shivers down my spine. Its pale, contorted features seemed to mock me, taunting me with the knowledge that it existed beyond the confines of the mirror, lurking in the shadows just out of reach. At first, I tried to rationalize it away, blaming it on the dim lighting or the tiredness that plagued me after a long day's work. But deep down, I knew that there was something more sinister at play, that the face in the mirror was not my own reflection, but something else entirely, something malevolent and otherworldly. As the days wore on, my nightly encounters with the face became more frequent, more intense, until it felt as though I was locked in a battle of wills with an unseen adversary. Each night, I would steel myself for the inevitable confrontation, my heart pounding in my chest as I stood before the mirror, toothbrush in hand. And each night, without fail, the face would be there, waiting for me with its twisted grin and empty eyes. It seemed to feed off my fear, growing stronger with each passing moment, until it felt as though it would consume me whole. Desperate for answers, I turned to the only source of solace I could find, the internet. Late into the night, I trawled through forums and message boards, searching for others who had experienced similar phenomena. And to my surprise, I found them a small but vocal community of individuals who shared my plight, who had seen the face in the mirror and lived to tell the tale. Their stories were varied and chilling, each more unsettling than the last. Some claimed that the face was a harbinger of doom, a portent of impending tragedy that could not be ignored. Others believed it to be a malevolent entity, trapped between worlds, seeking to break free from its glass prison and wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. But amidst the fear and uncertainty, there were whispers of hope, of rituals and incantations that could banish the face back to the depths from whence it came. And so, armed with nothing but my courage and a sense of desperation, I set out to confront the face in the mirror once and for all. With trembling hands, I gathered the necessary ingredients: a pinch of salt, a sprig of sage, and a candle imbued with protective energy. As the clock struck midnight, I stood before the mirror, my heart pounding in my chest, and began to recite the ancient incantation passed down through generations. At first, nothing seemed to happen. The face in the mirror remained unchanged, its twisted grin mocking me from beyond the glass. But as I continued to chant, a strange sensation washed over me, a feeling of pressure building in the air, as though the very fabric of reality was being stretched to its breaking point. And then, in an instant, it was over. The face in the mirror contorted and twisted, its features warping and shifting, until it was nothing more than a blur of indistinct shapes and colors. With a final, triumphant cry, I extinguished the candle, banishing the malevolent presence back to the depths from whence it came. As I stood before the mirror, breathless and exhilarated, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride wash over me. I had faced my fears head-on, confronting the darkness that lurked within and emerging victorious on the other side. But even as I basked in the glow of my newfound courage, a nagging doubt lingered in the back of my mind, a question that remained unanswered, a mystery that defied explanation. For as much as I had banished the face in the mirror, I could not shake the feeling that it was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. And so, as I turned away from the mirror and made my way to bed, I vowed to remain ever vigilant, knowing that the darkness would always be lurking, just beyond the glass. Story 34. Lying in bed, I found myself entranced by the dance of shadows on the ceiling. It was a familiar sight, the play of light filtering through the branches of the tree outside my window, casting ever-shifting shapes and patterns on the surface above me. Yet, on this particular night, there was something different, something unsettling about the way the shadows moved. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a figment of my imagination brought on by the lateness of the hour and the weariness that weighed heavy on my eyelids. But as I lay there, unable to tear my eyes away from the shadowy spectacle above, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to it, something sinister lurking just beyond the edges of my perception. The shadow seemed to take on a life of its own, twisting and writhing in ways that defied logic and reason. It was formless, yet unmistakably alive, pulsating with an otherworldly energy that sent shivers down my spine. I tried to look away, to focus on something else, but the shadow held me in its grip, refusing to release me from its hypnotic hold. Night after night, I found myself drawn to the strange shadow on the ceiling, unable to escape its haunting presence. It seemed to grow darker and more menacing with each passing night, casting a pall of fear and unease over the room that I couldn't shake no matter how hard I tried. I began to lose sleep, my mind consumed by thoughts of the shadow and what it might portend. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that I was just imagining things, but deep down, I knew there was something more to it, something lurking just beyond the edge of my understanding. And then, one night, as I lay there in the darkness, the shadow descended from the ceiling, engulfing me in its suffocating embrace. I tried to scream, to call out for help, but my voice caught in my throat, choked off by the overwhelming sense of dread that washed over me like a tidal wave. The shadow seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, its icy touch chilling me to the bone as it wrapped itself around me, squeezing the air from my lungs and leaving me gasping for breath. I struggled against it, thrashing and flailing in a desperate bid for freedom, but it was no use. The shadow was too powerful, too all-encompassing, and I was helpless in its grasp. As the darkness closed in around me, I felt a coldness seep into my very soul, draining me of warmth and light, until I was nothing but a hollow shell, adrift in a sea of shadows. I could feel myself slipping away, the boundaries between reality and nightmare blurring together until I could no longer tell where one ended and the other began. And then, just when I thought I couldn't hold on any longer, a sliver of light pierced the darkness, cutting through the shadow like a beacon of hope in the night. With a final surge of strength, I reached out towards it, grasping desperately at the flickering light as if it were a lifeline in the darkness. And then in an instant the shadow was gone, evaporating into nothingness as if it had never been there at all. I lay there for a moment, panting and trembling, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to make sense of what had just happened. But there was no explanation, no rationalization that could account for the terror I had just endured. All I knew was that I had faced something ancient and malevolent, something that lurked in the shadows and preyed upon the souls of the living. From that night on, I slept with the lights on, unable to shake the fear that the shadow might return to claim me once again. And though I tried to convince myself it was just a figment of my imagination, a trick of the mind brought on by stress and exhaustion, deep down, I knew the truth. The shadow on the ceiling was real, and it was watching, waiting, biding its time until it could strike again. And I could only pray that when it did, I would be ready to face it, whatever form it might take. Story 35. Moving into a new house is supposed to be an exciting adventure, filled with the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. And yet, as my family and I settled into our new home, there was an undeniable sense of unease that hung in the air, a feeling that something was amiss, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. It was on a rainy afternoon, shortly after we had finished unpacking the last of our belongings, that I first stumbled upon the forgotten room. As I ventured into the attic, drawn by the allure of hidden treasures and forgotten relics, I came upon a door tucked away in the far corner, its surface weathered and worn with age. Curiosity piqued. I reached out and grasped the tarnished brass handle, half expecting it to be locked tight. To my surprise, the door swung open with a low groan, revealing a room that seemed to exist outside of time itself. The air was thick with dust and cobwebs, the only light filtering in through a small, cracked window that cast long shadows across the faded wallpaper. As I stepped into the room, my footsteps echoing off the wooden floorboards, I felt a chill run down my spine, a sense of foreboding that seemed to seep into my very bones. The room was filled with relics of a bygone-era, old toys scattered haphazardly across the floor, dusty furniture draped in tattered sheets, and faded photographs lining the walls like silent sentinels. But it was what lay hidden beneath the layers of dust and neglect that truly caught my attention, a darkness that clung to the air like a suffocating blanket, whispering forgotten secrets and haunting memories long buried beneath the floorboards. With a sense of trepidation, I began to explore, my fingers tracing the outlines of forgotten trinkets and mementos that lay scattered throughout the room. Each item seemed to hold a story of its own, a fragment of a life that had long since passed into obscurity. But as I delved deeper, I began to sense that there was something more sinister at play, a darkness that lurked just beyond the edges of my perception, waiting to ensnare the unwary in its web of lies and deceit. It was then that I stumbled upon the first clue, a faded photograph tucked away in the corner of the room, its edges curled with age. As I picked it up and examined it closer, a chill ran down my spine, a sense of familiarity that I couldn't quite place. The photograph depicted a family, a mother, a father, and two young children smiling happily for the camera. And yet, as I studied their faces, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, a sense of unease that lingered just beneath the surface. As I continued to search the room, my sense of unease grew with each passing moment. There were whispers in the darkness, Barely audible but unmistakable, a voice from beyond the grave, calling out to me in a language I couldn't understand. And then, just as I was about to abandon all hope, I stumbled upon a hidden compartment tucked away beneath the floorboards, its contents shrouded in darkness. With trembling hands, I reached out and retrieved what lay within a journal, its pages yellowed with age and bound in cracked leather. As I flipped through the journal, my heart pounding in my chest, I began to unravel the mystery that had haunted this forgotten room for so long. The entries chronicled a series of dark and twisted events, a family torn apart by jealousy and betrayal, their lives shattered by secrets that had long lain dormant. But it was the final entry that sent a shiver down my spine, a revelation so shocking, so profound, that it threatened to unravel the very fabric of my reality. For in those pages I discovered the truth that the darkness that had haunted this forgotten room was not merely a product of my imagination, but a malevolent force that had taken root in the very foundations of the house itself. With a heavy heart, I closed the journal and made my way back to the safety of the outside world, knowing that the secrets of the forgotten room would forever remain hidden in the shadows, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to uncover their dark and twisted truth. Story 36. Hanging in the dimly lit hallway of our old Victorian home was an oil painting that seemed to hold a mysterious allure. The portrait depicted a woman with an enigmatic smile, her eyes piercing and alive, seeming to follow me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a mere illusion created by the play of shadows and the angle from which I viewed the painting. Yet, as the days turned into weeks, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to those eyes, something deeply unsettling that stirred within me whenever I passed by. It was as if the woman in the painting was watching me, studying me with a curiosity that bordered on obsession. I tried to avoid her gaze, to avert my eyes whenever I found myself in the hallway, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't escape the feeling of being watched. At first, I chalked it up to my overactive imagination, the product of spending too much time alone in the house while my husband was away on business. But as the days passed, I began to notice other strange occurrences, objects shifting inexplicably in the night, the sound of footsteps echoing through the empty halls when I knew I was alone. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that I was just being paranoid, but deep down, I knew there was something more to it. Something sinister lurking just beyond the edge of my understanding. And then, one night, as I lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me like a thick fog, I heard a soft rustling coming from the hallway outside my door. My heart skipped a beat as I strained to listen, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end as the sound grew louder and more insistent. With a trembling hand, I reached for the lamp on my bedside table, fingers fumbling with the switch as I struggled to banish the darkness that seemed to press in around me. And then, with a flicker of light, I saw her, the woman from the painting, standing at the threshold of my room, her eyes burning with an otherworldly hunger as she reached out to claim me as her own. I froze, unable to move as she stepped closer, her presence filling the room with a palpable sense of dread. It was as if she were drawing me towards her, a moth to the flame, her gaze holding me captive in its icy grip. And then, just as suddenly as she had appeared, she was gone, disappearing into the darkness as if she had never been there at all. I lay there for a moment, heart pounding in my chest, my mind reeling with disbelief at what I had just witnessed. But there was no denying the truth. The woman from the painting was real, and she was coming for me. From that night on, I lived in a constant state of fear, never knowing when she would appear next or what she would do when she did. I tried to tell my husband, to warn him of the danger that lurked within our own home, but he dismissed my fears as nothing more than a product of an overactive imagination. And so I suffered alone, haunted by the memory of those burning eyes and the feeling of being watched wherever I went. I avoided the hallway at all costs, refusing to so much as glance in the direction of the painting that seemed to hold such sway over our lives. But no matter how hard I tried to ignore it, I couldn't escape the feeling that the woman in the painting was waiting, biding her time until she could claim me as her own. And as the days turned into weeks and the weeks turned into months, I knew that sooner or later she would return, and this time there would be no escaping her grasp. Story 37. In the wake of my grandmother's passing, I found myself tasked with the solemn duty of sorting through her belongings, a task made all the more daunting by the weight of grief that hung heavy in the air. Amongst the myriad trinkets and treasures that adorned her modest home, there was one item that caught my eye: an old music box tucked away in the corner of her bedroom. As I lifted the delicate lid, a haunting melody filled the room, its sweet notes swirling through the air like tendrils of smoke. There was something about the music that stirred a sense of nostalgia within me, a longing for a time long since past, for memories that had begun to fade with the passage of years. But as I listened closer, I realized that there was something off about the tune, a hidden message, a warning from beyond the grave. It was as if the music box was trying to tell me something, to impart a message that transcended the boundaries of time and space. At first, I dismissed it as the fanciful workings of an overactive imagination, the natural byproduct of grief and loss. But as the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, I found myself drawn back to the music box time and time again, unable to shake the feeling that there was something more to its haunting melody than met the eye. And so, with a sense of trepidation, I began to unravel the mystery that lay hidden within its intricate mechanisms, a journey that would take me to the very edges of sanity and beyond. The more I listened to the music box, the clearer the hidden message became, a series of cryptic notes and melodies that seemed to whisper secrets long buried beneath the surface. It was as if the music box was trying to communicate with me, to warn me of dangers that lurked just beyond the edges of my perception. At first, I tried to ignore it, burying myself in the mundane distractions of everyday life in a futile attempt to silence the voices that echoed in the depths of my mind. But no matter how hard I tried, the music box would not be silenced, its haunting melody echoing through the halls of my consciousness like a ghost in the night. And then, one fateful night, as I lay in bed listening to the music box's mournful refrain, I felt a strange sensation wash over me, a feeling of weightlessness, as though I was being pulled into a world of darkness and despair. With a start, I realized that the music box had taken hold of me, its grip on reality slipping as it pulled me deeper into its dark and twisted embrace. I tried to fight against it, to break free from its suffocating grasp, but it was no use. The music box had become my prison, its haunting melody lulling me into a state of trance-like submission. As the music box played on, I felt myself slipping further and further away from the world of the living, drawn inexorably towards the unknown depths that awaited me on the other side. And then, just as I was about to surrender to the darkness that threatened to consume me, I heard a voice from beyond the grave, calling out to me with a sense of urgency that cut through the fog of my confusion like a knife. It was the voice of my grandmother, her words filled with a sense of love and concern that transcended the boundaries of life and death. She warned me of the dangers that lay ahead, of the darkness that lurked within the music box's enchanting melody. With her guidance, I summoned every ounce of strength within me and fought against the music box's hold, breaking free from its suffocating grasp and returning to the world of the living once more. But even as I emerged from the darkness, shaken but alive, I couldn't shake the feeling that the music box still held secrets that had yet to be uncovered, a mystery that would continue to haunt me long after its haunting melody had faded into silence. Story 38. The pond behind our house had always been a source of tranquility for me. Its still waters mirrored the surrounding trees and sky, creating a serene oasis that I often found myself drawn to in moments of quiet contemplation. But one fateful afternoon, as I stood on the edge of the pond, gazing into its depths, I saw something that shattered my sense of peace and sent chills down my spine. At first, it was just a flicker, a movement beneath the surface that caught my eye and made me pause. I leaned in closer, squinting against the glare of the sun as I tried to make out what lay beneath the rippling waters. And then, with a shock of recognition, I saw them faces, twisted in agony, reaching out from the depths below. I stumbled back in horror, heart pounding in my chest as I tried to make sense of what I had just seen. It was impossible, unthinkable. How could there be faces in the water, staring up at me with eyes full of pain and desperation? I blinked, convinced for a moment that it was just a trick of the light, a figment of my imagination brought on by the play of shadows and the movement of the water. But as I looked again, the faces grew clearer, more distinct, their features contorted in silent screams of anguish. I backed away from the edge of the pond, feeling a rising sense of panic as I realized that I was not alone. These were not just reflections staring back at me, they were trapped souls, lost and tormented, begging for release from their watery prison. I wanted to run, to flee from the horror unfolding before my eyes, but something held me in place, rooted to the spot as I watched the faces in the water. They seemed to be calling out to me, their silent cries echoing in the recesses of my mind, pleading for salvation from a fate worse than death. Desperate to help, I reached out towards the water, my fingers brushing against the surface as if I could somehow reach through and pull the souls to safety. But the water remained still, undisturbed by my touch, as if mocking my futile attempts to intervene. And then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the faces were gone, disappearing beneath the surface of the pond as if they had never been there at all. I stood there for a moment, breathless and shaken, trying to make sense of what I had just witnessed. But there was no denying the truth. The pond behind our house was a gateway to another world, a realm of suffering and despair where lost souls wandered in eternal torment. And as I turned away, unable to bear the weight of their anguish any longer, I knew that their torment would haunt me forever. From that day on, I avoided the pond at all costs, unable to shake the feeling of dread that settled over me whenever I came near. I tried to convince myself that it was just a hallucination, a trick of the mind brought on by stress or fatigue, but deep down I knew the truth. The faces in the water were real, and they were a grim reminder of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface of our seemingly idyllic surroundings. And as I closed my eyes and tried to block out the memory of their twisted, anguished faces, I prayed that they would someday find the peace they so desperately sought. Story 39. It was a typical afternoon spent rummaging through the cluttered confines of the attic, a task I had undertaken in an attempt to declutter our family home. Among the dusty boxes and forgotten relics of years gone by, I stumbled upon an old doll tucked away in the corner like a forgotten memory. At first glance, there was nothing remarkable about the doll. Its porcelain face was cracked with age, its once vibrant clothes faded and frayed. And yet, as I reached out to pick it up, a chill ran down my spine, a sense of unease that lingered in the air like a heavy fog. Ignoring the feeling of apprehension that gnawed at my insides, I brushed off the doll's dusty exterior and carried it downstairs, intending to add it to the growing pile of items destined for donation. But as I descended the staircase, a strange sensation washed over me, a feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes boring into the back of my skull. Shrugging off the feeling as nothing more than an overactive imagination, I placed the doll on the kitchen counter and went about my day, the memory of its unsettling presence fading into the recesses of my mind. But as the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, strange things began to happen. Objects moved on their own, whispers filled the air, and shadows danced in the corners of my vision. At first, I dismissed them as nothing more than the product of an overactive imagination, the natural byproduct of spending too much time alone in a house filled with memories of years gone by. But as the incidents grew more frequent, more intense, I began to suspect that there was something more sinister at play, a darkness that lurked just beyond the edges of my perception, waiting to ensnare me in its web of lies and deceit. And then, one fateful night, as I lay in bed, listening to the eerie symphony of the wind rattling against the windows, I saw the doll, standing at the foot of my bed, its porcelain face twisted into a malevolent grin. My heart pounding in my chest, I watched in horror as the doll's eyes flickered to life, burning with a malevolent gleam that sent shivers down my spine. And then, with a voice like rustling leaves on a cold autumn night, it spoke, whispering my name with a sense of malice that chilled me to the bone. I tried to scream, to call out for help, but no sound escaped my lips. It was as if the doll had cast a spell over me, rendering me powerless in its presence. And as I watched in terror, it began to move its porcelain limbs, creaking with the strain as it shuffled closer and closer, until it was mere inches from my trembling form. With a sudden surge of adrenaline, I sprang from the bed and fled from the room, the doll's haunting laughter echoing in my ears like a symphony of madness. But no matter where I went, it was always there, lurking in the shadows just out of reach, its malevolent presence casting a pall over my every waking moment. Desperate for answers, I turned to the only source of solace I could find, the internet. Late into the night, I trawled through forums and message boards, searching for others who had experienced similar phenomena. And to my horror, I found them a small but vocal community of individuals who shared my plight, who had fallen victim to the curse of the doll and lived to tell the tale. Their stories were varied and chilling, each more unsettling than the last. Some claimed that the doll was possessed by the spirit of a vengeful soul, seeking retribution for wrongs long forgotten. Others believed it to be a conduit for dark and malevolent forces, a gateway to realms beyond the mortal realm. But amidst the fear and uncertainty, there were whispers of hope, of rituals and incantations that could banish the curse and free the soul trapped within the doll's porcelain prison. And so, armed with nothing but my courage and a sense of desperation, I set out to confront the darkness that had taken hold of my life and reclaim my sanity once and for all. With trembling hands, I gathered the necessary ingredients: a pinch of salt, a sprig of sage, and a candle imbued with protective energy. As the clock struck midnight, I stood before the doll, its eyes burning with a malevolent gleam, and began to recite the ancient incantation passed down through generations. At first, nothing seemed to happen. The doll remained unmoved, its porcelain face frozen in a grotesque mockery of humanity. But as I continued to chant, a strange sensation washed over me, a feeling of pressure building in the air, as though the very fabric of reality was being stretched to its breaking point. And then, in an instant, it was over. The doll's eyes flickered and went dark, its limbs falling limp at its sides. With a final triumphant cry, I extinguished the candle, banishing the malevolent presence back to the depths from whence it came. As I stood before the doll, breathless and exhilarated, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride wash over me. I had faced my fears head-on, confronting the darkness that lurked within and emerging victorious on the other side. But even as I basked in the glow of my newfound courage, a nagging doubt lingered in the back of my mind, a question that remained unanswered, a mystery that defied explanation. For as much as I had banished the curse of the doll, I could not shake the feeling that it was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. And so, as I turned away from the doll and made my way to bed, I vowed to remain ever vigilant, knowing that the darkness would always be lurking, just beyond the reach of my newfound courage. Story 40. Night after night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It started subtly at first, a faint chill that crept along the back of my neck, a fleeting shadow that flickered at the edge of my vision. I told myself it was just my imagination running wild in the darkness, a trick of the mind brought on by the stillness of the night and the creaks of an old house settling. But as the nights wore on, the presence grew stronger, more palpable, until I could no longer ignore it. It was as if something unseen had taken up residence in my room, lurking just beyond the reach of my senses, waiting and watching with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. I tried to brush it off, to convince myself that it was nothing more than a figment of my imagination. But deep down, I knew better. There was something there, something lurking in the shadows, and it was getting stronger with each passing night. At first, I was afraid to confront whatever it was that haunted me. I buried myself beneath the covers, hiding from the unseen presence that seemed to loom over me like a dark cloud. But no matter how tightly I wrapped myself in blankets, I couldn't escape the feeling of being watched, of being studied with a curiosity that bordered on obsession. I tried to tell myself that it was just my mind playing tricks on me, that there was nothing to fear. But as the nights dragged on, I found myself consumed by a sense of dread unlike anything I had ever experienced before. And then, one fateful night, I couldn't take it anymore. The presence in my room had grown too strong, too overwhelming to ignore. With a trembling hand, I reached out into the darkness, my fingers groping for anything that could explain what was happening to me. And then, I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck, sending a shiver down my spine as goosebumps erupted across my skin. I turned, heart pounding in my chest, expecting to come face to face with whatever unseen terror had invaded my room. But there was nothing there. Just an empty darkness that seemed to stretch on forever, swallowing me whole and leaving me gasping for breath in its suffocating embrace. I tried to scream, to call out for help, but no sound escaped my lips. It was as if the darkness itself had stolen my voice, leaving me trapped and helpless in its grasp. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the presence was gone, leaving me alone in the silence of my room, shaken but unharmed. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had it all been a dream? A trick of the mind brought on by fear and exhaustion? But deep down, I knew the truth. Whatever had visited me that night was real, and it was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next opportunity to strike. From that night on, I lived in constant fear, always watching, always waiting for the unseen visitor to return. I tried to go about my daily life as if nothing had happened, but the memory of that cold breath on the back of my neck haunted me wherever I went. And as the days turned into weeks and the weeks turned into months, I knew that I would never truly be free from the darkness that had consumed me that fateful night. Story 41. It was a lazy Sunday afternoon, and I found myself sifting through a box of old family photos, each one a snapshot of a moment frozen in time, a relic of days gone by, when life seemed simpler and the world less complicated. As I leafed through the yellowed pages, memories long buried beneath the sands of time began to resurface, each photograph a doorway to the past. And then, nestled amongst the faded images of birthdays and family gatherings, I found a picture of myself as a child, standing alone in a forest clearing. At first glance, there was nothing out of the ordinary about the photograph. I was smiling, my eyes bright with youthful innocence, the sun filtering through the trees, casting dappled shadows across the forest floor. But as I looked closer, I noticed something strange, a figure lurking in the shadows behind me, its form twisted and contorted, its eyes empty and devoid of life. A chill ran down my spine as I realized that I was not alone in that forest clearing, that something sinister lurked just beyond the edges of the photograph, waiting patiently for the moment to reveal itself. Terrified, I searched for answers, scouring through old family albums and questioning relatives in a desperate attempt to uncover the truth. But no matter where I looked, no one seemed to remember the day the photograph was taken, or the figure that lurked in its depths. And then, just as I was about to give up hope, I stumbled upon an old journal tucked away in the attic, a relic of a time long since past, its pages yellowed with age and bound in cracked leather. As I flipped through the journal, my heart pounding in my chest, I stumbled upon an entry that sent a shiver down my spine. In trembling prose, my grandmother chronicled a series of strange and unsettling events that had plagued our family for generations, a malevolent presence that had haunted us since childhood, lurking in the shadows just out of reach. It was a curse, she wrote, passed down from one generation to the next, its origins lost to the mists of time. As I read her words, a sense of dread washed over me, a feeling that I was not alone, that the figure in the photograph was not a stranger but a malevolent presence that had been with me since the day I was born. Determined to confront the darkness that had haunted me for so long, I returned to the forest clearing where the photograph had been taken, the weight of generations resting heavy on my shoulders. As I stood amidst the towering trees, their branches swaying in the gentle breeze, I felt a sense of unease wash over me, a feeling that I was being watched, that the malevolent presence that had haunted my dreams was lurking just beyond the edges of my perception. And then, as if summoned by my thoughts, it revealed itself, a shadowy figure emerging from the depths of the forest, its form twisted and contorted, its eyes burning with a malevolent gleam. With a start, I realized that it was the same figure from the photograph, the one that had haunted me since childhood, waiting patiently for the moment to claim me as its own. With a surge of adrenaline, I confronted the figure, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and defiance. But as I stared into its empty eyes, I realized that it was not here to harm me, but to offer me a choice, a chance to break free from the curse that had bound our family for generations. And so, with a heavy heart, I accepted its offer, embracing the darkness that had lurked within me for so long. As the figure faded into the shadows, I felt a sense of peace wash over me, a feeling of liberation that I had never known before. As I made my way back to the safety of my home, I knew that the darkness would always be a part of me, that the malevolent presence that had haunted me since childhood would never truly be gone. But I also knew that I was no longer alone, that I had faced my fears head-on and emerged victorious on the other side. And as I looked once more at the photograph that had started it all, I realized that it was not a curse, but a gift, a reminder of the strength that lies within us all, waiting to be unleashed in the face of adversity. Story 42. In the dimly lit attic of our old Victorian home, I stumbled upon a forgotten treasure buried beneath a pile of dusty boxes and old cassette tape, its plastic casing cracked and yellowed with age. Intrigued by the discovery, I dusted it off and held it up to the light, my curiosity piqued by the mystery of its origins. Without hesitation, I made my way downstairs to the living room, where our ancient cassette player sat gathering dust on a shelf. With trembling hands, I inserted the tape and pressed play, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within its magnetic confines. At first, there was nothing but silence, broken only by the soft whirring of the cassette player as it spun the tape. I frowned, wondering if the tape had been damaged beyond repair. But then, just as I was about to give up hope, a faint sound began to emerge from the speakers, a whisper, barely audible, like the distant murmur of voices carried on the wind. I leaned in closer, straining to make out the words, but they were lost in a sea of static, distorted and garbled beyond recognition. Undeterred, I adjusted the volume and pressed my ear closer to the speakers, determined to decipher the message hidden within the tape. As I listened, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if the voices were pleading for release from some unseen torment. It sent shivers down my spine, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end as I struggled to make sense of what I was hearing. Desperate to silence the cacophony of voices that echoed through the room, I fast-forwarded through the tape, hoping to skip past whatever dark secrets it held. But with each press of the button, the voices grew louder, more desperate, until they seemed to fill the room with their anguished cries. I tried to turn off the tape player, to rid myself of the haunting sounds that seemed to claw at my sanity, but the buttons refused to respond to my touch, as if they were frozen in place by some unseen force. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that I was trapped in a world of whispers and static, with no escape in sight. As the voices grew louder, more insistent, I felt a sense of dread wash over me, a creeping sense of unease that threatened to consume me whole. It was as if the voices were reaching out from beyond the grave, their spectral fingers clawing at the edges of my consciousness, demanding to be heard. I tried to block them out, to focus on anything else but the haunting sounds that filled the room, but it was no use. The voices were everywhere, swirling around me like a whirlwind of sound and fury, drowning out all other thoughts with their relentless cacophony. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, the tape reached its end, the voices fading away into nothingness as abruptly as they had appeared. I sat there in stunned silence, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to make sense of what had just happened. Had I imagined it all? Or had I stumbled upon something far darker and more sinister than I could have ever imagined? As I ejected the tape from the player and placed it back in its dusty case, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had unlocked a door to a world of darkness that should have remained sealed shut. And as I made my way back up to the attic, the whispers still echoing in my ears, I knew that the tape would haunt me forever, a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface of our seemingly ordinary lives. Story 43. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the cobblestone streets as I meandered through the labyrinthine alleys of the old town, my footsteps echoing off the ancient buildings that loomed overhead. My destination was clear, an old bookstore nestled amidst the hustle and bustle of the city, its weathered sign beckoning to me like a siren's call. As I stepped through the creaking door, a wave of nostalgia washed over me, a sense of déjà vu that sent shivers down my spine. The air was heavy with the scent of old books and dust, the shelves stacked high with volumes that seemed to whisper secrets in hushed tones. Lost in the maze of shelves, I stumbled upon it, a dusty tome bound in leather and clasped with iron, its pages yellowed with age and its cover adorned with strange symbols that seemed to dance in the flickering candlelight. Intrigued, I reached out and lifted the book from its resting place, the weight of its secrets heavy in my hands. With trembling fingers, I opened its pages, the sound of rustling paper filling the air like a chorus of whispers. At first, the words seemed innocuous enough, a collection of spells and incantations, potions and charms that promised to unlock the secrets of the universe. But as I delved deeper, I realized that there was something more sinister at play, a darkness that lurked just beyond the edges of my perception, waiting to ensnare me in its web of lies and deceit. With each word I read, I felt its influence seeping into my mind, twisting my thoughts and desires until I could no longer distinguish between reality and illusion. The world around me began to blur and shift, its edges melting away like wax in the heat of a flame. And then, just as I was about to succumb to the darkness that threatened to consume me, I heard a voice from beyond the pages of the book, calling out to me with a sense of urgency that cut through the fog of my confusion like a knife. It was a warning, a plea for help from a soul trapped within the book's enchanted pages, a prisoner of the dark magic that had bound it for centuries. With a surge of adrenaline, I resolved to free the voice from its captivity, to break the spell that held it in thrall and reclaim my own destiny once and for all. But as I flipped through the pages, searching for a way to break the curse, I realized that I was not alone, that there were others who sought to claim the book's dark power for their own. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, their twisted forms reaching out to ensnare me in their grasp. Desperate for answers, I turned to the only source of solace I could find: the book's mysterious author, a figure shrouded in secrecy and myth. With each passing moment, I felt the darkness closing in around me, its tendrils creeping ever closer until I could feel its icy grip wrapping around my throat. And then, just as all hope seemed lost, I stumbled upon it, a passage hidden within the depths of the book, its words imbued with a power that transcended the boundaries of time and space. With trembling hands, I began to recite the incantation, the words flowing from my lips like water from a spring. At first, nothing seemed to happen. The darkness remained, its tendrils tightening around me with each passing moment. But then, with a blinding flash of light, it was over, the curse broken, the darkness banished back to the depths from whence it came. As I emerged from the book's enchanted pages, breathless and exhilarated, I knew that my journey was far from over, that the darkness would always be lurking just beyond the edges of my perception, waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. But as I looked once more at the tome that had nearly claimed my soul, I realized that it was not a curse, but a gift, a reminder of the strength that lies within us all, waiting to be unleashed in the face of adversity. And as I closed its pages for the final time, I knew that I had emerged from the darkness stronger and more resilient than ever before. Story 44. The woods at night held a special kind of allure for me, a mysterious beauty that seemed to beckon to my adventurous spirit. So when the opportunity arose to explore the forest on my own, I couldn't resist the call of the wild. With a flashlight in hand and a sense of excitement coursing through my veins, I ventured into the darkness, eager to see what secrets the night held. At first, the woods were silent, save for the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze and the occasional hoot of an owl in the distance. But as I walked deeper into the forest, a strange sound caught my attention, a soft whispering, barely audible above the rustling of the trees. I paused, my heart skipping a beat as I strained to listen to the whispers carried on the wind. They seemed to beckon to me, calling my name in a voice that was both alluring and unsettling. Ignoring the warning bells ringing in the back of my mind, I followed the sound, my curiosity overpowering my sense of caution. Deeper and deeper into the woods I went, the whispering growing louder and more insistent with each step I took. It seemed to surround me, enveloping me in its ethereal embrace as I stumbled blindly through the darkness. And then, just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, I stumbled into a clearing, the moonlight filtering through the trees, casting eerie shadows on the forest floor. In the center of the clearing stood a figure, tall and imposing, its form shrouded in darkness. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the creature before me, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. It seemed to flicker and waver in the moonlight, its shape shifting and changing with each passing moment. And then, as if sensing my presence, the creature turned to face me, its eyes burning with a malevolent light that sent a chill down my spine. I tried to turn and run, to escape the clearing and the creature's gaze, but I found myself rooted to the spot, unable to move a muscle as its whispers echoed in my mind. "You are mine," it whispered, its voice like a knife cutting through the silence of the night. "You belong to the darkness now." I tried to scream, to call out for help, but no sound escaped my lips. It was as if the creature had stolen my voice, leaving me powerless to resist its dark influence. And then, with a sudden burst of movement, the creature lunged towards me, its shadowy form engulfing me in its suffocating embrace. I struggled against it, thrashing and flailing in a desperate bid for freedom, but it was no use. The creature was too strong, its grip too tight, and I was helpless in its grasp. As darkness closed in around me, I felt a coldness seep into my very soul, draining me of warmth and light until I was nothing but a hollow shell, adrift in a sea of shadows. I could feel myself slipping away, the boundaries between reality and nightmare blurring together until I could no longer tell where one ended and the other began. And then, just when I thought I couldn't hold on any longer, the whispering wind faded away, leaving me alone in the darkness of the forest. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, panting and trembling, my mind reeling with disbelief at what had just happened. But there was no denying the truth. I had come face to face with a creature of pure shadow and malice, and it had claimed me as its own. From that night on, I lived in constant fear, haunted by the memory of the whispering wind and the creature that lurked within the darkness of the woods. And as I wandered through the forest, lost and alone, I knew that I would never truly be free from its grasp. Story 45. In the dim light of the bathroom, I stood before the mirror, my reflection staring back at me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. It was a simple act, one that I had performed countless times before, and yet, on this particular night, something felt different, something sinister lurked just beyond the surface, waiting to reveal itself in the depths of the glass. At first I saw nothing out of the ordinary, just my own tired reflection, pale and drawn from a long day's work. But as I looked closer, I noticed something strange, a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye, a shadow dancing just beyond the edges of my perception. Curiosity piqued. I leaned in closer, my breath fogging up the mirror as I searched for the source of the disturbance. And then, as if summoned by my thoughts, it revealed itself, a face twisted and contorted with hatred, staring back at me with eyes as black as night. Terrified, I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to make sense of what I had just seen. It was impossible, a trick of the light, a figment of my overactive imagination. And yet, as I looked back at the mirror, the face remained, its gaze boring into my soul with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. Desperate for answers, I turned to the only source of solace I could find, the internet. Late into the night, I trawled through forums and message boards, searching for others who had experienced similar phenomena. And to my horror, I found them, a small but vocal community of individuals who shared my plight, who had seen the faces in the mirror and lived to tell the tale. Their stories were varied and chilling, each more unsettling than the last. Some claimed that the faces were a manifestation of guilt and regret, a reflection of the sins we carry with us throughout our lives. Others believed them to be the spirits of the dead, trapped between worlds and seeking vengeance upon the living. But amidst the fear and uncertainty, there were whispers of hope, of rituals and incantations that could banish the faces back to the depths from whence they came. And so, armed with nothing but my courage and a sense of desperation, I set out to confront the darkness that lurked within the mirror and reclaim my sanity once and for all. With trembling hands, I gathered the necessary ingredients: a pinch of salt, a sprig of sage, and a candle imbued with protective energy. As the clock struck midnight, I stood before the mirror, my heart pounding in my chest, and began to recite the ancient incantation passed down through generations. At first, nothing seemed to happen. The faces remained, their twisted features contorted with hatred and longing for revenge. But as I continued to chant, a strange sensation washed over me, a feeling of pressure building in the air, as though the very fabric of reality was being stretched to its breaking point. And then, in an instant, it was over. The faces contorted and twisted, their features warping and shifting, until they were nothing more than a blur of indistinct shapes and colors. With a final, triumphant cry, I extinguished the candle, banishing the malevolent presence back to the depths from whence it came. As I stood before the mirror, breathless and exhilarated, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride wash over me. I had faced my fears head-on, confronting the darkness that lurked within and emerging victorious on the other side. But even as I basked in the glow of my newfound courage, a nagging doubt lingered in the back of my mind, a question that remained unanswered, a mystery that defied explanation. For as much as I had banished the faces from the mirror, I could not shake the feeling that they were still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. And so, as I turned away from the mirror and made my way to bed, I vowed to remain ever vigilant, knowing that the darkness would always be lurking, just beyond the glass. Story 46. The day I inherited my grandmother's music box was a bittersweet one. As I sifted through the belongings she had left behind, memories of her flooded my mind, each item in the dusty attic holding its own special significance. But it was the music box that captured my attention the most, its delicate craftsmanship and intricate design drawing me in like a moth to a flame. As I lifted the music box from its resting place, a sense of anticipation washed over me. I had always been fascinated by music boxes as a child, enchanted by the way they could weave intricate melodies from simple mechanical movements. But there was something different about this one, something that set it apart from the others I had encountered. With trembling hands, I wound the key and lifted the lid, half expecting to hear the familiar strains of a lullaby or waltz. But as the music began to play, I was met with a haunting melody that sent shivers down my spine. It was beautiful, yes, but there was an underlying sense of sadness to it, a melancholy that seemed to echo through the halls of my mind long after the music had stopped. I listened in rapt attention, captivated by the ethereal quality of the melody. But as I listened closer, I began to hear something else, something hidden beneath the surface of the music, lurking in the shadows like a ghost in the night. At first, it was just a faint whisper, barely audible above the gentle tinkling of the music box. But as I focused my attention on the sound, I realized it was more than just a trick of the mind. It was the sound of screams, distant and desperate, echoing through the darkness like a cry for help. I recoiled in horror, dropping the music box as if it were a hot coal burning my fingers. But the screams only grew louder, more insistent, as if the tortured souls trapped within the confines of the box were begging for release from their eternal torment. I tried to run, to escape the haunting sound that seemed to follow me wherever I went. But no matter how far I ran or how fast I fled, the screams pursued me, their echoes reverberating in the recesses of my mind like a never-ending nightmare. Desperate for answers, I turned to my grandmother's old journals, scouring the pages for any mention of the music box and its dark secret. And there, buried amidst the faded ink and yellowed paper, I found the truth: the music box was cursed, its haunting melody a prison for the souls of the damned. According to my grandmother's writings, the music box had been passed down through generations of our family, each inheritor unaware of the dark power it held. It was said that the box was crafted by a witch in the depths of the forest, its purpose to ensnare unsuspecting souls and trap them within its wooden confines for all eternity. I shuddered at the thought, unable to comprehend the sheer cruelty of such a curse. But as I looked at the music box lying on the floor before me, its lid still open as if mocking my fear, I knew that I had to do something to break the curse and free the souls trapped within. With a sense of determination burning in my chest, I gathered my courage and approached the music box once more. Closing my eyes, I reached out with trembling hands, willing the screams to stop, willing the curse to be broken. And then, with a sudden burst of light, the music box fell silent, its haunting melody replaced by a blessed silence that seemed to stretch on forever. I opened my eyes, hardly daring to believe that the curse had been broken, that the souls trapped within had finally found peace. But as I looked at the music box in my hands, I knew that the curse had not been broken, not entirely, at least. For as long as the music box existed, there would always be a part of it that was haunted by the screams of the damned, a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface of our seemingly ordinary lives. I closed the lid of the music box and placed it back in its resting place, knowing that I would never be able to forget the horrors I had witnessed. But as I walked away, a sense of peace washed over me, knowing that I had done what I could to right the wrongs of the past and free the souls trapped within the cursed music box. Story 47. In the dimly lit attic of my childhood home, amidst the forgotten relics and dusty memories of years gone by, I stumbled upon an abandoned dollhouse, its wooden frame weathered with age, and its miniature windows shrouded in cobwebs. At first glance, there was nothing remarkable about the dollhouse, just another forgotten toy from my youth, tucked away in the corner like a relic of a bygone era. But as I approached, a sense of unease washed over me, a feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes boring into the back of my skull. Ignoring the feeling of apprehension that gnawed at my insides, I reached out and lifted the dollhouse from its resting place, the weight of its secrets heavy in my hands. As I peered into its miniature rooms, each one a perfect replica of my own home, I felt a strange sense of déjà vu wash over me, a feeling that I had been here before, that I had seen these rooms 1,000 times in dreams that lingered just beyond the edges of my consciousness. But as I looked closer, I noticed subtle differences, shadows that moved of their own accord, whispers that echoed through the empty halls, and a sense of dread that lingered long after I had fled the house in terror. Desperate for answers, I turned to the only source of solace I could find, the dollhouse itself. With trembling hands, I reached out and opened its miniature door, the hinges creaking with the strain of disuse. As I stepped inside, a chill ran down my spine, a feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes boring into the depths of my soul. The dollhouse was empty, its rooms devoid of life save for the faint echo of my own footsteps as they echoed off the wooden floorboards. But as I explored further, I began to sense a presence of malevolent force that lurked just beyond the edges of my perception, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal itself. With a sense of trepidation, I descended into the depths of the dollhouse, each step bringing me closer to the truth that lay hidden within its miniature walls. And then, just as I was about to turn back in fear, I stumbled upon a room shrouded in darkness, its walls lined with photographs that seemed to dance in the flickering candlelight. As I studied the photographs, a sense of dread washed over me, a feeling that I was not alone, that there were others who had walked these halls before me, their faces twisted with fear and longing for escape. It was then that I realized the truth. The dollhouse was not just a toy, but a gateway to a world of darkness and despair, a prison for the souls of those who had been trapped within its walls for eternity. With a surge of adrenaline, I resolved to free the souls trapped within the dollhouse, to break the curse that had bound them for so long. With trembling hands, I gathered the necessary ingredients: a pinch of salt, a sprig of sage, and a candle imbued with protective energy. As the clock struck midnight, I stood before the dollhouse, my heart pounding in my chest, and began to recite the ancient incantation passed down through generations. At first, nothing seemed to happen. The dollhouse remained silent, its miniature rooms shrouded in darkness. But then, with a blinding flash of light, it was over. The curse broken, the darkness banished back to the depths from whence it came. As I emerged from the dollhouse, breathless and exhilarated, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride wash over me. I had faced my fears head-on, confronting the darkness that lurked within and emerging victorious on the other side. But even as I basked in the glow of my newfound courage, A nagging doubt lingered in the back of my mind, a question that remained unanswered, a mystery that defied explanation. For as much as I had banished the darkness from the dollhouse, I could not shake the feeling that it was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. And so, as I turned away from the dollhouse and made my way to bed, I vowed to remain ever vigilant, knowing that the darkness would always be lurking, just beyond the reach of my newfound courage. Story 48. Night after night, as I lay in bed, a sense of unease settled over me like a heavy shroud. It started subtly at first, a faint chill that crept along the back of my neck, a soft whisper in the darkness that sent shivers down my spine. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination running wild in the silence of the night, but deep down I knew better. There was something in my room with me, something unseen and malevolent, lurking in the shadows like a silent predator. At first I tried to ignore it, burying myself beneath the covers and willing myself to fall asleep, despite the nagging feeling of dread that gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. But no matter how tightly I wrapped myself in blankets, or how hard I tried to convince myself that it was all in my head, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. The presence grew stronger with each passing night, its grip on my soul tightening like a vice as it enveloped me in its icy embrace. I could feel it watching me, studying me with a curiosity that bordered on obsession, its silent gaze weighing heavily on me like a physical weight pressing down on my chest. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, it spoke a soft whisper in the darkness, barely audible above the sound of my own racing heartbeat. I froze, my breath catching in my throat as I strained to listen to the words that seemed to hang in the air like a lingering fog. "You belong to me," it whispered, its voice like a gentle caress and a chilling threat all at once. "You are mine now and forever." I tried to scream, to call out for help, but no sound escaped my lips. It was as if the presence had stolen my voice, leaving me powerless to resist its dark influence. And then, with a sudden burst of movement, it reached out towards me, its shadowy form materializing from the darkness like a wraith emerging from the depths of hell. I recoiled in horror, scrambling backwards until my back was pressed against the headboard, my eyes wide with terror as I watched the silent visitor draw closer. Its touch was like ice against my skin, sending a jolt of fear coursing through my veins as its cold fingers closed around my throat. I struggled against it, thrashing and flailing in a desperate bid for freedom. But it was no use. The silent visitor was too strong, its grip too tight, and I was helpless in its grasp. As darkness closed in around me, I felt a coldness seep into my very soul, draining me of warmth and light until I was nothing but a hollow shell, adrift in a sea of shadows. I could feel myself slipping away, the boundaries between reality and nightmare blurring together until I could no longer tell where one ended and the other began. And then, just when I thought I couldn't hold on any longer, the silent visitor released its hold on me, disappearing into the darkness as suddenly as it had appeared. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, gasping for breath and trembling with fear as I tried to make sense of what had just happened. But there was no denying the truth. The silent visitor was real, and it had claimed me as its own. From that night on, I lived in constant fear, haunted by the memory of its chilling touch and the knowledge that it could return at any moment to claim me once again. I tried to tell myself it was just a dream, a figment of my imagination brought on by stress or fatigue, but deep down I knew better. The silent visitor was out there, waiting in the darkness, biding its time until it could strike again. And as I lay there in bed, listening to the sounds of the night, I knew that I would never truly be free from its grasp. Story 49. The old mansion loomed before me, its crumbling facade a testament to the passage of time and neglect. Despite the warning signs posted on the rusted gates, I couldn't resist the urge to explore the allure of forgotten secrets and hidden treasures too great to ignore. With each creak of the floorboards and gust of wind through broken windows, the mansion seemed to whisper its secrets, beckoning me deeper into its shadowy depths. And so, with a mixture of trepidation and excitement, I stepped through the threshold and into the darkness beyond. As I made my way through the dilapidated halls, the air heavy with the scent of decay and rot, I stumbled upon a room filled with remnants of the past, a collection of photographs scattered across the floor like fallen leaves. At first glance, there was nothing remarkable about the photographs, just faded images of people and places long since forgotten. But as I looked closer, I realized that each one depicted a scene of unspeakable horror and despair, a shadowy figure lurking just beyond the edges of the frame, its twisted form contorted with malice and longing for vengeance. Terrified, I tried to look away, but their images haunted my dreams, filling my mind with visions of darkness and death until I could no longer tell where reality ended and nightmare began. Desperate for answers, I turned to the only source of solace I could find: the photographs themselves. With trembling hands, I gathered them up and began to sift through their faded pages, searching for clues amidst the sea of despair. And then, just as I was about to give up hope, I stumbled upon a photograph hidden amongst the others, its edges curled with age and its surface marred by time. As I studied the image, a sense of dread washed over me, a feeling that I was not alone, that there were others who had walked these halls before me, their faces twisted with fear and longing for escape. With a surge of adrenaline, I resolved to uncover the truth behind the haunting photographs, to break the curse that had bound them for so long. With each step, the mansion seemed to come alive around me, its walls pulsing with a malevolent energy that sent shivers down my spine. As I delved deeper into the heart of the mansion, I encountered more photographs, each one more terrifying than the last. Faces contorted with anguish, eyes wide with terror, their silent screams echoing through the empty halls. But amidst the horror, there were whispers of hope, of a way to break the curse and free the souls trapped within the photographs. With trembling hands, I gathered the necessary ingredients: a pinch of salt, a sprig of sage, and a candle imbued with protective energy. As the clock struck midnight, I stood before the photographs, my heart pounding in my chest, and began to recite the ancient incantation passed down through generations. At first, nothing seemed to happen. The photographs remained silent, their twisted images frozen in time. But then, with a blinding flash of light, it was over, the curse broken, the darkness banished back to the depths from whence it came. As I emerged from the mansion, breathless and exhilarated, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride wash over me. I had faced my fears head-on, confronting the darkness that lurked within and emerging victorious on the other side. But even as I basked in the glow of my newfound courage, a nagging doubt lingered in the back of my mind, a question that remained unanswered, a mystery that defied explanation. For as much as I had banished the darkness from the mansion, I could not shake the feeling that it was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. And so, as I turned away from the mansion and made my way into the light of dawn, I vowed to remain ever vigilant, knowing that the darkness would always be lurking, just beyond the reach of my newfound courage. Story 50. In the quiet solitude of my home, the mirrors became my silent tormentors, their reflective surfaces serving as windows into a world of darkness and despair. At first, it was just a fleeting glimpse, a movement out of the corner of my eye that I dismissed as a trick of the light. But as the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, the glimpses became more frequent, more vivid, until I could no longer deny the truth: my reflections were haunted. It started innocently enough. A shadow that flickered across the glass as I passed by, a face that seemed to twist and contort in agony before fading away into nothingness. I tried to brush it off to convince myself that it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, but deep down, I knew better. There was something sinister lurking within the mirrors, something that defied explanation and seemed intent on driving me to the brink of madness. At first, I tried to avoid the mirrors altogether, covering them with blankets and sheets in a desperate bid to escape the haunting images that seemed to follow me wherever I went. But no matter how hard I tried to block them out, they always found a way to seep through, their twisted reflections haunting me even in the darkness of my own mind. I tried to tell myself that I was just being paranoid, that there was nothing to fear from a mere reflection. But as the days wore on and the glimpses grew more frequent, I could no longer deny the truth. The mirrors were alive with the echoes of the past, each reflection a twisted reminder of the darkness that lurked within me. I became obsessed with the mirrors, spending hours staring into their depths, searching for answers to the questions that haunted my every waking moment. But no matter how hard I looked, I could find no explanation for the haunting images that seemed to plague me day and night. And then, one fateful night, as I stood before the mirror in my bedroom, I saw something that chilled me to the core. A face staring back at me, its features twisted in agony, its eyes burning with an otherworldly fire. I stumbled backwards, heart pounding in my chest as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. But the face remained, its gaze fixed on mine with a hunger that sent a shiver down my spine. I tried to look away, to break free from its hypnotic stare, but it was no use. The face held me captive, its silent screams echoing in the recesses of my mind as I struggled to break free from its grasp. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the face was gone, disappearing into the darkness, as if it had never been there at all. I stood there for a moment, breathless and shaken, my mind reeling with disbelief at what I had just witnessed. But there was no denying the truth. The mirrors were haunted, and the reflections within them were more than just tricks of the light. They were manifestations of the darkness that lurked within me, a constant reminder of the demons that haunted my every step. From that moment on, I lived in constant fear, haunted by the knowledge that the mirrors held a power over me that I could not hope to comprehend. I tried to avoid them whenever possible, covering them with blankets and sheets in a futile attempt to block out the haunting images that seemed to follow me wherever I went. But no matter how hard I tried to escape, the mirrors always found a way to draw me back in, their twisted reflections serving as a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked within me, waiting for the moment to consume me whole. And as I stood before them, staring into their depths, I knew that I would never truly be free from their haunting gaze.